Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Trackmania 2v2 fans across the world, welcome everyone to the beginning of the Beacon Duo League. It is Beacon's third event and probably the most anticipated so far, and it is, of course, the return of 2v2 Trackmania, the long anticipated return. And no, don't adjust your monitors, New Alayak's hair has not grown back. It is me, Babs, for one time only, hosting and bringing you through today's open qualifier. We've got a big pack of players all vying for their shot in the competition, but of course only 16 duos can make it through. And of course, I'm not going into this alone. I've got some trusted soldiers alongside me to fight on the front lines of this exciting competition. And none less than Boney, a regular on the broadcast for Beacon. Boney, how are you doing?
Yeah, ready, reporting for duty, sir. Glad to be back, glad to be here once again for another edition of Beacon, this time Duo League, right? No, I'm very, very excited, honestly. I've been waiting for a little bit of time. I mean, in general, I myself as well been longing for those 2v2 days that we've had, which feels like an eternity at this point. And I'm just happy to see it's coming in, returning, and the amount of people showing up for it as well, honestly, is it's just beautiful to see.
Absolutely, absolutely. And alongside you, a man who needs no introduction, a man synonymous with Beacon in many ways, the two-time Beacon World League champion, EPOS, is joining us.
Yo, yo.
How are you? How are you? Are you excited for the competition?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's a bit strange being on the other side rather than on the playing field, but yeah, nah, I'm excited to see what people do, and yeah, I don't know, get into it. I'm excited.
I mean, you say that you're on the other side of the screen, but you have been playing the maps and you've been quite vocal about it as well. You do have two of the world records, I believe, on the three maps that we're going to be playing today. Is that
Yeah.
just pure enjoyment of the maps, or are you trying to prove a point that even if you're not playing, you're still on top?
I'd say it's like 60% fun, 40% ego, something like that. So yeah, nah, they are fun to play, and it's a little bit of a dry spell Trackmania wise for me, and the maps are good, so I thought, why not play them? Especially with the better matchmaking that's going on. I mean, we've seen everyone in the better matchmaking, and it's a load of fun, and it's good practice, and yeah, I just wanted to have a bit of fun with everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. Seen a lot of build up, a lot of teams trying to get their practice in. And it's a bit of a different format compared to the World League that you've competed in previously, this seeding, because it's not just based on rounds and times and your performance over one session. We then go into a bracket with 32 teams who are going to fight for those 16 spots. Do you think that's going to make a bit of a difference to how teams have approached this season, maybe in their practice, or how do you think the day might unfold?
I don't think it will make a difference to how people have practiced, but I do think it will be to the benefit of some and to the demise of others. Because a lot of people, I mean, I know myself, for an example, I'm a pretty slow starter. So if you're a slow starter and you just make the top 32, then maybe you can make your run there to Div 1. So I think some people will benefit for sure, but at the same time, it's 6 hours of playing, right? Some people are going to get exhausted by the end of it. So I think it will just make a difference maybe in the results a little bit, but we'll see.
Yeah, it's one of those things, it's a one-day thing. You have to show up. This is your opportunity. You've been practicing for this for some people for 3 weeks, and for some people they've been waiting for months for this as well. So going to be a lot of pressure on these people's shoulders. Now, you mentioned the maps, and Boney, I know you were playing them before we came onto air.
Yes.
Quite interesting, as is quite common with Beacon events, but gonna be a challenge as well.
Yeah. I think, as you mentioned, right, looking to past Beacon events, the maps that we've had in the past, difficulty-wise, I think pretty much around the same as we've seen before. Definitely a lot of twists and turns and some interesting takes on some block placements. To make your way across. Precision is key, I think, in well, pretty much all of these. But I also do notice a lot of watery wheels, a lot of, no grip sector, stuff like that, really playing with, the slip and slidey things around and not necessarily leaning that much into tech per se. There are, some tech turrets here and there, but I think the 360 on orbit is one of those good examples where I'm like, yeah, I like that. That's fun.
Yeah, the 360 is definitely something that people have highlighted quite a bit. And yeah, the one on Orbit is quite interesting, the bug slide, and then the one on Thriller as well, that a lot of people have been talking about, that Ice 360 looking to cause some issues for the players today. Now, speaking of the players that we do have, as you said, a lot of people signed up, a lot of big teams, and a lot of big names. EPOS, would it be fair to say that this, out of all the qualifiers we've had for Beacon events, is potentially the most difficult to predict?
Yeah, I think so, because I mean, a lot of people, especially with the fact of it being duo, I think that's brought a lot of hype because everyone wanted a duo league for, I mean, ever since it disappeared in 2023, right? And so I think a lot of people have a lot of motivation and a lot to prove, especially because you have the likes, I mean, you have Mine Paco, you have Boz Tween, you have Massa Granadi, Wizzy Mudder, for example, which is a
Yeah.
crazy duo. So I don't know. I think a lot of the people have a lot to prove. So, yeah.
Anybody that you've sort of highlighted, or that, you do talk to some of these players on a daily basis, anybody that you've got an eye on that you think is going to be the top performer today and maybe across the season?
I think the obvious one for me outside the obvious is New Prime and Loso. I think they are going to smash the seeding. I think they're probably going to get top seed. And I think, yeah, I don't know. They will make an easy quali into Div 1 in my eyes.
Well, definitely one of the favorites. A lot of chatter about them behind the scenes coming up to today. Boney, anybody that you've seen in the pack of players that you think, well, either is going to be at the top of the leaderboard or maybe might surprise a few people?
I mean, I think Massa and Granada for me are two very obvious players to get through. I think one of the things that I found interesting about them for a previous season as well, that they weren't too familiar with the format and stuff like that, and that caused them to have some issues along the way. I think this time around they'll most likely be much more prepared in that regard, especially considering they are familiar already with the duo format, whereas previously it was the reverse cup mode and the point system that was a bit more orthodox in that regard. Outside of that, just going through the list because there are so many people. I think an Exotica and Charles are definitely one of those that may come out of left field, a bit of a dark horse, if you will. I know Charles, for example, is one of those players that's just really, really good to play. I think pressure is one of those things he needs to still work on and deal with. But even then, I think that is definitely a duo to look out for a potential Div 1 spot. I don't think it's guaranteed, but I do see them making it quite far.
Yeah, and looking at the hopes of the Americas region, definitely one of the leading duos in that sense to qualify. Potentially, we've seen both of them play in the Beacon World League previously and have good performances as well. Charles definitely made a name for himself last Beacon World League. A team that I have kind of highlighted and I'm interested to see how they perform is the Big Selecta team. So the sort of academy team from Big Clan, Letzer and Yami. I mean, Letzer has been a great player for quite a while now, but has sort of, it seems, taken a step up in recent times. I had the chance to play against him in community competitions recently, and it's just incredibly impressive with the pace that he has and the consistency. And Yami similarly is a sort of shining star of the German-speaking community. So going to be interesting to see if they can qualify and sort of follow in the footsteps of their I was going to say ancestors, but that's not fair to Grenadier and Massa, I think.
That's kind of really old to be
Still a bit young, you know.
That's kind of
Who knows?
But
maybe once they reach their 40s.
Well, Trackmania is one of those games where people can't play into their latter years. But we are getting very close to the beginning of seeding. A little note on how the format is going to work today. We are going to have round seeding, so something that we've seen similarly in the Beacon World League, where each duo is going to be split into separate servers, so a bit more of a solo sort of approach to the beginning of this qualifying. It's going to be rounds, 8 rounds on each map. Of course, 3 maps to run through. Your times count, they're then weighted. It gives you a score compared to your opponents, and then each duo has sort of an average score. The top 32 performing duos in that section will then progress to a bracket, and we play a double elim bracket. A little bit special, but I promise you it's not too complicated to understand once we get into the running of things. Now, to start off with, EPOS, what do you think people are going to be approaching this round section with? Is it going to be more about showing a bit of pace, or actually are they going to be conserving that potentially for the bracket stage and just trying to focus on consistency?
I mean, if it were me, I would just take the safe approach. I mean, if you start getting in this cycle of crashing and crashing, even if you've set a couple of good times, your seeding's going to suffer for it. So I think majority of players are just going to try get around the map, even if it's like a second off the world record paces. So maybe we'll see 106 Thriller sort of thing, or we'll see 106 Orbit. So I think people should save, in my opinion. And I think that's what most people will do. But of course, you're going to have the odd people that, you know, they have a bit of ego, a little bit of flair, and they want to set some good times. I expect to see that from like Paco, Mime sort of thing. So it'll be exciting for sure.
But I think, as we said previously, it's such a fight to get into this top 16. I think a lot of sort of the lesser duos or the up-and-coming duos have targeted this top 32 as their goal. They're not looking to qualify for the league phase, but they want to get as far into this bracket as they can. And for some of those, it might be the most important thing is to try and show their pace as much as they can and have a good performance in this round seeding. But we are very close to getting things underway. I believe all players are joining their servers at the moment and getting ready to kick off the competition. Well, it's been a long time in the making, but here we are. The Beacon Duo League is about to start, and I can't wait to get into it.
Yeah, hyped. Let's go.
Absolutely, and everybody is going to get the chance to discover some of the map intros. I know they were hugely popular last time as well, and we've got them ready for you this time as well. So we're going to be able to run through those. Something that I'm very, very excited about personally, haven't seen them. Okay. Now, of course, a lot of people did mention to me about having potentially a third open duo, maybe for people to compete in. But I have seen a lot of people playing better matchmaking, like you were saying, EPOS, and having some of those practice matches. Anything that you've noticed from those? I've seen a few streams from people doing that practice quite regularly, and maybe some matches happening off stream as well. Anything you've picked up from them?
I mean, the only thing I really picked up from better matchmaking is that, I mean, there's a team which is Levon and Neon. These guys are really, really good. Like, really, really strong. And, I mean, I think they can get far. I think that's the only thing I really noticed. Sorry about the mic, but yeah, I don't know. I think they're going to do great, and they're going to shock a lot of people if they perform how they do in the matchmaking. Especially, there was Jacka as well. I can't remember who he's teaming with. Mago. Jacka and Mago as well. These two duos, man, they're solid. They could maybe make a push for Div 1 if the cards play into them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Neon had a really good time on Thriller at some point. I think maybe even a world record or a second world behind Mime. You mentioned Mime and Paco as well. They're somebody that I've seen practice quite a bit. Mime has been sinking quite a bit of time into these maps and seems to be enjoying it as well, which is good to see.
I feel like Mime is a little bit, it seems to me like a little bit of a replacement to me in some sense, because he's putting the same hours that I was putting in, and he's doing the streams and everything. So, it feels like Mime is the replacement for me this season, and I love it. I've been tuning into his streams quite a lot, and yeah, I think he's going to do so good.
And of course, representing Team Nemesis, previously into the Breach, now under some new colors for this competition, and somewhat of a debut, I guess, for the team in Trackmania, even though we are aware of the players and their quality. One person that I want to mention to you, and Boney, you might be able to tell me a bit about them, is EPOS's teammate or previous teammate Bozbez is duoing with Tween, which I think is one of the more interesting duos that we have in the pack. Sort of one of the veterans of the scene in Tween, experienced player, and Bozbez definitely one of the bigger names of recent times.
Yeah, definitely one of the, fly on the wall when it comes to comps between the two. Definitely a big, I think personality-wise, right? A big difference also just in approaching the game and whatnot. Tween definitely having been through the ropes. I mean, one of the oldest players, right, in the game and still doing phenomenally in these competitions versus Bozbez, who, I mean, was playing last. I think he's playing Pat right now. I think he did swap over.
He's back to Mouse.
He's back to Mouse now again. Well, there you go. He's just
purely
stuck in his roots, man. He's stuck in his roots.
Yeah. He felt, to be fair, still one of those things that I find very, very impressive. But yeah, it feels like a bit of an economy of sorts, right? Just definitely different ways of going up and about things and going through this. And it's one of those where it could either mesh really, really well, right? A bit of a yin and yang type of deal, or it could clash and just cause explosions in the worst way possible. So I am just very curious. Again, just wanting to be like, what is happening in calm? How does that go? It just seems like such a I don't know, such a gap between the two. But I'm happy to see them come together as a duo for this.
But what's really interesting with a team like Boz and Tween is, I was speaking about Mime and Paco previously. We've seen Mime at the top of the leaderboards from day one on public leaderboards, you know, showing the pace that he has. Somebody like Boz and Tween, we really haven't seen that much. And, you know, it's been the question for a long time in Trackmania, but about offline practicing and, you know, players not showing their pace. And of course, with this new qualifier format, it doesn't contribute to that. Their PBs don't matter in this section. So it's a bit difficult to predict some of these duos, where they're going to end up. You don't know how much time they've put in. You don't know what their pace is, how they're feeling. And a lot of people, I think, have been quite secretive. But it is quite exciting to see. I was wondering, Epos, do you have any background information about anybody like this? Anybody that we should maybe keep our eyes on that we don't know about just yet?
People are sleeping on Loso. We'll see that in the seeding.
Okay, short and sweet, but Loso, yeah, one to look out for.
Yeah.
Already a strong player. I've heard he's quite good on a certain section of one map.
Yeah,
which,
so I've seen, yeah, there's a little rumor that he's been doing 100 spins a day, you know. Don't know whether that's true or not. Can't confirm.
Just practicing his balance. Okay, cool. Well, we are just now a few minutes away from, well, not discovering our first map, but getting into our first rounds, our first live rounds of the Beacon Duo League. It's very exciting, but of course it's going to be a long day and a lot of Trackmania to be played. Like you were saying, Epos, these players need to gauge how they come into this, make sure they come into it with the right mentality, so that if they want to qualify at the end of the day, they have enough steam left in the tank.
100%. I think a lot of it is going to be taking these breaks after the matches, you know, getting up, having a walk for like 10 minutes and then coming back, feeling the mental stress gone. And yeah, I think they all need that. And if they don't, they're a bit silly.
Well, yeah, mentality and pressure are definitely something that comes into competitive Trackmania regularly, and especially at this highest level. I think since the disappearance of 2v2 TMGL back in 2023, we have not had sort of an event like this where so many players, both TMGL community players, have come together in this sense at the highest level to compete against each other, to try and do the best they can. But of course, only 16 can make it into our divisions, and we're going to kick off proceedings right now on our first map of Orbit.
We find light in the moment cannot. When you hear the music stop, I can see you, I can hear you, and I know that you are strong. You've been dealing with the demons, now you know where you belong. In the echo.
And we are straight into it. We are into round one on Orbit by Jorday and Prof 10. On board with Trident. Just look at the stacked names in this lobby. I see Piranha, I see Bozbez, I see Pookwar, Novu, Maxtrack, Nixotica. Some of the best players in the competitive Trackmania scene. And we're off to a flying start. New Prime, Loso's teammate, Epos, you were mentioning it. He's at the front of the pack already.
Yeah, not a surprise to me. New Prime doing well. I mean, he favors tech, and I'd say this map is pretty tech heavy, and we can see him steaming off into the distance, moving into the pen section, and we're coming up to that big bug slide where it's pretty easy to crash, pretty easy to lose time, and we're getting round. Looks pretty clean from everyone. Oh, and we see, is that Peb that just flew off to the right? Yeah, unlucky for Peb, but we're coming across to the finish line. First round setting in at a 1:05.7, banging from New Prime.
Straight off, straight out the gate, some fast times from New Prime, setting the pace for the rest of the day, hopefully. But that is a good start for him. Hopefully his teammate Losa is doing similarly well in his server. Again, it's going to be difficult to predict sort of how this is going for their teammates, and we'll only be able to know once rounds have concluded. But really, we can get an idea of what we can expect from some of these players throughout today and potentially through the league phase and beyond if they were to qualify.
Yeah, 100%.
A bit of a barometer of sorts. I'm looking a little bit at Trident, one of our South African players. Personally, only familiar with him from some TSCC days. Good to see him perform, and yeah, just coming in 7th place in the previous round, definitely looking good. Again, you know, part of the pack, not necessarily the front pack. Front pack is starting to get away. What is it, about 6 or 7 players? Bit hard to see along the way, but some nice names in there. Boss, Best, Exotica, Novu, all making their way nicely clean across into that penalty sent area once again, getting ready for that bug slide.
Yeah,
nice.
coming up to the bug slide. Looks like everyone's getting it clean. I love it. And of course, my should-be teammate in the front, absolutely battering the time, sending the tech. And this is why he would have been my teammate, because he sets a belter of a time with 48. What a legend.
There's my teammate on the screen, Putboar, in 4th as well. So
Oh, there we go. Look at both of us doing good.
both of our teammates doing well. Of course, no bias on the cast. Of course not. Of course.
No,
But
No bias.
considering this is one server of 6, the density of sort of high-profile names in this is quite astounding when you think that there's 5 other servers who are either equal or even better than this.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty interesting to see. I would love to see if there was some sort of spreadsheet that was pulling in the live times just to see what people were doing. But I don't know, maybe we can switch server at some point. I don't know whether that's something we can do, but tuning into this server, it does look so stacked. But like you say, maybe if we move on to a different server and everyone else is just as good, just as fast. I don't know.
Another clip from Peb. A difficult first few rounds. New Prime a bit more in the pack on this one. Maybe set a fast early time and decided actually I don't need to push it that much. I just need to contain myself and stay clean. Round number 3 coming towards the end. This bug slide, the sort of highlight feature, I guess, on this map. One that will definitely be appreciated by viewers. There goes Sebi, a little bit of a clip, and that is going to be quite a bit of time lost. Axter, a bit of a difficult transition into that drift. And Trident, Boney Trident that you just mentioned, very, very far back.
Yeah, definitely not their round, but you know, that's sometimes how it goes. Let's keep an eye out as well on Piranha and Pupor right there. I know both of them were very much pushing for that top 3. Unfortunately, Pupor did have to slow down right there at the end. I mean, Bospez honestly just on top. Not a lot anybody could do about that situation, but good to see some players really, you know, putting their all into it, because especially with this qualification, the top points, you know, despite the fact that we're on server with about, 18 people, if not 20, you gotta be in top 5 if you actually want to make a dent in those scores.
Yeah, 100%. And someone I expected to see at the top of that was actually Nako, and it looks like he's had a little bit of a slow start on Orbit. I don't know whether it's a map he doesn't favor or something, but I definitely came in thinking Nako should be one of the guys that is top frag in a couple rounds, and I don't know where he is at this point in the round. Probably somewhere in the mid pack, I assume.
Yeah, he has been middle of the pack for the first few rounds. The player that is in one of the most confusing named duos that we have in the competition, because he is duoing with Nico. As Boz made a little clip, but only down to 3rd place, so still on a decent time. Again, if that's the sort of severity of mistakes that you're making during these rounds, that's not too bad. New Prime really pushed it, probably had to release. Still gonna hold on to first, it looks like, with Boz. Oh, did New Prime clip? He still made the finish though. That was very close.
Yeah, I think it's actually a little bit lucky, because if you hit the pole just to the left of the finish, the far left one, you still make it into the finish, funnily enough, if you just bang that left pole. But any further of that one, then yeah, you just get sent.
Jorday being quite nice with the players there, giving them a bit of leeway on that finish. And again, I'll remind everyone watching that these players are trying to get the best times possible across these 8 rounds on each map, because they want to be in the top 32 duos to make it into the next stage of competition. Now, what's interesting to see is we don't have many people at the back of the pack sort of really struggling. We have seen more of the front of the pack for the moment, but it seems like everybody has a level of pace. You know, of course, there's going to be differences between the best and the ones behind, but everybody seems to have put in the time, knows the lines, knows what they're doing, and probably has a goal in mind as well. Bozbez and New Prime closely followed by Maxtrack in this round. Boz actually pulls away into that flowy little transition. New Prime goes a little bit wide and has to release. Pukbor is up there in third position, but Bozbez is holding on to his lead. There was a little clip from one of the players. Boz around to the bug slide, releases it for a second, and now leads us into the final drift. New Prime, does he make the difference to Maxtrack? It seems like he does. Has a little bit more speed, but Boz is going to set another 0.4. Again, a fast time. You were saying it, Epos.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty clean for Boz. Makes me happy. Same for New Prime. It seems to be those two the top of the lobby at the moment. They're always seeming to get 1 and 2 together. So yeah, I'm happy. Good friends with both of them, so I'm not biased and not rooting for them, and they need to crash to let the others have a little shot, you know?
There you go. Some more fairness between the players. It's a bit, you know, of dichotomy. You know, it's 38, 32 points. I mean, it's an illustration of where we're at in terms of players. But also noticing throughout these rounds, there definitely are the same names at the top, and it's really them being able to thrive, really. Because despite the pace relatively being similar across the board, definitely some lower versus higher, but it's really that surviving versus thriving, especially with tracks such as this. I mean, yes, there's maybe rounds. It's not necessarily about clutching that round at this point in time, but even then, you can definitely notice there are some sectors here and there that the players are making the same mistake on.
Yeah, 100%. And I would argue as well that this is probably the easiest map of the 3. So I think it's kind of expected that we're going to see a lot of people have a ground pace. I'd say it's pretty standard with the driving, some drifts, you know. You have the bug slide, but I feel like it's learnable for sure. So I'm kind of curious to what we're going to see when we move on to, say, Thriller, for example, as Boss sets a 40, man. What is he doing? He doesn't need to send the seeding, but he's just stomping his approval.
I can tell you that at the moment, if I look at eCircuitMania and everybody at home, you can look at eCircuitMania as well. Times are live updating throughout the rounds, and Orcs GP Numawops, which is one of the best names of duos that we have.
It's a nice blend, isn't it?
Currently second, and right behind Shift of Loso and New Prime at the moment. So both of those early contenders that you were mentioning definitely stamping their authority on the competition so far. But of course, we're only halfway through Orbit. There's still a lot to play for.
Yeah, mentioning the rankings as well. I'm very happy to see Fuya Focus on there, the good focus lads. So obviously translated, being both Alex and Pupur. I mean, Pupur right here in this server as well, doing a good job. But Alex on his own server, doing a phenomenal job. I'm happy to see that get some, some more Dutch representation. Unfortunately, mistake there from Pupur. Didn't catch it on stream, but is not going to be able to contribute this round in particular. Though Novu at the moment leading the pack, and he has been in a lot of these top packs, usually around top 3, top 4. Hasn't really been able to clutch it. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to hold on to it through the bug slides. Bozbez does overtake, and his ending honestly is spotless. So I don't really know if Novu's going to be able to beat him to the line there, but New Prime does. Whoa, just about. And actually, Novu also gets the overtake, just 0.04 of a second. It really does come down to the wire with these, and it's just nice to know that you can, in a situation, perhaps take a round off of these players. It's really, really good to see.
Yeah, Novu's showing a lot of pace. I mean, he plays a lot of the team cups, and he's always been that player that is always on the pace. He always has absolutely banging PBs. He sets the bang around. But yeah, maybe it's just that consistency thing. So if he just tones it down a little bit, then he is definitely in the top of this server, I reckon.
Absolutely, and a lot of variety in the nationalities that we're seeing at the top as well. Of course, we know a lot of these names, but Boz from the UK, New Prime, German, Nixotica is up there as well. Maxtrack has featured, maybe not winning rounds or in the top 2, but he is consistently in that top 5, top 10 position. So definitely a good performance from him. And I am just going to remind myself of all of the duos that are taking part so I can let everybody know. I can see on eCircuitMania 5W are doing pretty well, which is Jan and Marsley, the German duo. One that I think a lot of people are excited about as well.
Yeah, I had them in my list of people that I thought were going to get to Div 1. I know Jan has been very motivated, same as Marsley. They put in the time and it's showing because, I mean, even though Jan ain't setting the banger times, every single round we sort of see him in that top 3, top 4 position as he drops down to 4th with a bit of a shaky drift. But again, the time is solid and this is what you need to do for seeding.
And it's about that sort of 0.4, yeah, low 0.5 times that are winning rounds. Is that sort of what you would have expected?
To be honest, I thought it was going to be a little bit slower for seeding,
Okay.
but at least in matchmaking, the strong rounds you would see 0.4s. Yeah, so I'm not too surprised, but the fact that it's been done consistently by Boz, I think that's his 3rd or 4th one at this point. Yeah, impressive. So what map are we going to now?
Well, that was Orbit. That was concluded. Now, we will find out what the next map will be. Of course, we're going to play through all 3 maps, the next 2 being Thriller and Marabello from Lynn and Kerberos. I think one that everybody has highlighted and that some are definitely going to struggle with. You said that Orbit was more of a pace map, when people will have a bit more flow and they'll be able to play through it.
Yeah.
It's a bit more traditional of a comp map.
100%.
Compared to something like Thriller.
Yeah.
Which I've heard some people call it gimmicky or jank in certain ways. How would you describe a map like that? And do you think is that something that's suited to you, that you enjoy?
It's not something that's suited to me, but it's definitely something where, yes, gimmicky to some degree, but it's the most technical. I mean, you have slides, you have a quarter pipe, you have a nice 360, you have NASCAR, you have awkward dirt as well, and you have some transitions. It is by far the most technical in the pack so far. So I think, at least from the matchmaking experience, this is where people are crashy. I don't think we're going to see those clean rounds that we've been seeing on Orbit just now. But yeah, Thriller's definitely a tough cookie to crack, but definitely crackable if you put the time in.
Crackable cookie. That's a nice, nice image. Boney, we were speaking about mentality and sort of the pressure that some of these teams and duos will be feeling. We're going into Thriller next after Orbit. Say, you're a duo where, you're feeling quite confident. Let's take somebody like Wizzy and Mudda, who are currently 17th after Orbit. Maybe not the best performance on their side, maybe not feeling so confident. You're going into arguably the hardest map of the 3. How would you feel going into that, and what do they maybe need to do to reset?
I mean, at that point in time, especially considering it's going to be a long day, most important part is to just drive at a reasonable pace. I know for some of these players, they just know one line and that's it. So I'm not very, very surprised that they are driving the pace that they are. But yeah, it's just get a couple of clean rounds in, just focus on the lines, just go back to basics. It's one of those things that is very easy to overlook along the way, despite all the twists and turns and the slip and slidey arounds. Just getting a few rounds in, knowing that this is just the start of your day, is essential to making sure that you're in a good mental space. And I mean, at the same time, one of the things I always love about duos is that there is someone there with you. You don't have to be in your own mind. You don't have to, just think about it yourself. You can talk to somebody about it and just rebuff each other, focus one another, give each other that energy to make it happen, even if a round doesn't go too well, even if the map, isn't as clean as you would like, as you do during practice. Just feed off of each other's energy and use that to your advantage when it comes to that mental play.
Yeah, absolutely. I can tell you that after Orbit, we did have Orcs GP Numo Ups at the top. We had Team Nemesis, who were in 2nd, and Shift were in 3rd. So some of those names that we've highlighted at the start definitely showing up early, at least in that first map, and they're going to have to keep it up across the next 2. I did see, it seemed like the Puff Bros, one of the, I think, audience favorites for the competition pack and spam, seem to be doing pretty well on Thriller for the moment. But that might be some of that experience. Like we were saying, this could be one of the maps where players make more mistakes, and those mistakes are more costly, or maybe that experience will come into play to just try and get around this map, not have any big crashes, and you know what, that might be just enough.
But as we've just seen, a couple people crashing on the 360, I think it's easier said than done on this map. But honestly, from what I expect... Oh, we see a little hop there from, I think it was Poop Ball.
Yeah.
But yeah, contrary to what I said, the round is looking a lot cleaner than I was expecting. I thought we'd see a lot more deaths, especially on the 360. It's a really, really tight part, but everyone seems to be getting it pretty clean. Bozbear's heading into the quarter pipe with pretty good checkpoints. Maybe going to set another 105 mid by the looks of it, as long as he gets the ending clean, which he does, and bangs in a 105.7. Yeah. I mean, cleaner rounds than I thought, really. Like, this is a hard map, and everyone is getting around it, so pretty impressive.
I have to feel bad for Axter there, who had a relatively clean round, was up there with the pack, but unfortunately just at the end hit the left side of the finish. A really difficult way to end the round. It's going to lose you a couple of seconds at least. But again, this map, like you said, is one of the most difficult ones. You need to stay focused. There's 8 rounds. You can afford, you know, a few mistakes as long as the rest are clean and on pace. As we do go into round number 3, it's Nobu again leading, the French player that you highlighted just earlier on. But we are seeing sort of similar names at the top. I'm wondering if like any of these players are going to stand out more on certain maps. We saw Boz and New Prime mostly. Boz again won that first round here, and now Boz again in round number 3 on Thriller is leading the pack.
I mean, again, just look at the closeness of everybody here. It's really, really great to see, even through the breaks off sector as well, where you do want to slow down, you want to get close to that wall. You can see everybody is pretty much holding themselves together under the pressure. I mean, Bozbez is on an adventure until he hits one of the blocks right there. That's going to hurt him right before the jump there as well. Doesn't make it across, but Jan takes advantage of that. He's going to be very happy getting those 10 pointers there. 105.8 though. I think if Bozbez didn't touch there, that could have been a 0.4 easily, I believe.
Yeah, definitely had the checkpoints for it. Boz looking strong, but just a little bit of a shaky end. Jan capitalizing, which is nice. And it's nice to see Nako in that top 5 as well. It's the sort of map that I thought would favor Nako. It's a little bit more on the funky side, and he seems to always do well with funky maps. So yeah, I'm happy to see Nako performing pretty good on Thriller so far, I think.
And Nako, who had a really good performance recently at the Insalan in northern France, where in that final against, I think, Richie, Otak, I can't remember the 4th member, he did get 3rd in the end, even though he was in finalist before them, I think 2 or 3 rounds, where he was kicking himself afterwards, but he showed that he could compete against these top level players like Richie, like Otak, and maybe on a bit of a revenge arc in the Beacon Dual League, trying to show up against some of these top players, as I think it was Dark from loading there who got that clip on the exit of the water. That is going to be a costly mistake. But once again, it's that man again at the front of the pack. It's Bozbez leading us into the second half of the map.
And I mean, leading is the word, honestly. Everybody is just following in his lines throughout every one of these turns. This time, no cinder blocks getting in the way of his run, and it's going to be a scorcher right there. It does have a bit of an awkward ending. Still keeps the 10 pointers though, but could have been so much better. Also had to somewhat conserve the line right there, because he has been jumping from left side pretty much every single time, and there he went right. Most likely wasn't too happy about his approach there to set up for the finish, but still made it happen, still made it work. It is a relatively forgiving risky fin as long as you get the quarter pipe down correctly, but yeah, it did look like a bit of a I don't know, misplaced tire there, if you will.
Yeah, 100%. Just jumping a little bit too far to the right, I imagine, than he was comfortable with. But yeah, we're getting into the round. Everyone again looking pretty clean, going through the water, bang into the drift, engine off. Any clips on the left? We see one person die out. Unlucky to them. But yeah, as we head into the 360, the hardest point in the map, everyone's approach is looking pretty good. It seems like people are getting it pretty good. Max strikes with a bit of an awkward line, but you know, he salvages it. It's all you need to do on this map. And top 2 coming in with Bozbez and New Prime really fighting for that 10-pointer.
Yeah, that 360 is a section that a lot of people have highlighted, where we were expecting a lot of big crashes, but actually I've been a little bit surprised by the lack of crashes that we've seen on that section. As Pupor gets a clip on the exit of the wood, that is going to cost him as he goes into the penalty grass. It is, I think, New Prime leading with Boz close behind and Niko following as well. Almost processional with Max Track in 4th, and that is a nice 0.5 from New Prime and a good round, well, all around from everyone.
I'm just taking a look real quick to see on eCircuit Mania where we're at in terms of teams. I do see Team Nemesis right there duking it out for first. I mean, yeah, Orcs GP Shift. It does look like as results are coming in, the first, second, and third places are kind of jumping all over the place. Can be a bit distracting, but definitely some of the names expecting at the top. Definitely doing a good job there. Big, you know, we don't necessarily have Masan Granadi on server right now. Do find himself in 9th place at the moment. I think also one of those teams that people will be looking out for. But not quite hitting that top 5 at least in rankings, which, you know, if this were to be the deciding factor for divisions, that would put them in you know, barely in Div 2, maybe Div 1. So definitely some work on the table for them.
Difficult to say in this round if it's New Prime that's cooking or we're just missing Boz in that second spot, because he does have quite the gap to Max Track. Almost 0.36 at the moment. Max Track goes quite wide, so that is going to extend. And Dark looking to make up from that mistake that he had in the previous round. This end is deceiving because you do want a low jump. You see Max Track is going to lose a lot of time from getting that airtime. Another 0.5 from New Prime seems to be really consistent at those times, and to be honest, across all maps so far.
Yeah, New Prime definitely showing his prowess in the last 2 maps so far. I mean, every round has been pretty consistent from him, so it's what I expect at this point. I don't think New Prime is a new name to everyone at this point. He showed his prowess at XP Evo. He's showing it here again. Sort of player that if he does put the time in, I think he can learn any map.
Yeah, I mean, he has been getting closer to that sort of top level, and he said it himself that there is a bit of a gap between him and some of the best in the world, but he is actively working to reduce that. And you have to say, going from the previous results that he's had and maybe this performance that we're seeing now, he's well on his way to doing that, and potentially in the near future being recognized as one of the best. I know he's a good friend of yours, Epos, as well.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't know, he's the sort of player that he's just been under everyone's radar. Again, like I mentioned with Novu on the last map, he's the sort of player that does a lot of these team cups, but didn't really do any solo events, as we see Boz on his back. I don't know how that's happened, but, you know, happens. But yeah, New Prime has done a lot of team cups, and that's why he's under everyone's radar at this point. But, I mean, the past 2 things he's done, XP Evo and this, he is absolutely showing it. Another 0.5.
Another 0.5. Incredible to be so consistent on a map this difficult at that sort of time. Where you see the top 8, you know, it's a 106.9. It's 1.4 seconds behind, and that's probably a no mistakes run from Nixotica, but it's just not as fast as what New Prime is able to show. Definitely putting themselves, well, him and his duo Loso in, like you were saying, Epos, sort of that driving seat, I guess, in terms of seeding.
Yep, 100%. It's expected, I would say. But I don't know. It's just surprising, you know. It's a really hard map, and people are making it look pretty easy. It's just everyone has different safety margins. You can see that New Prime is pretty comfortable with driving those 0.5s, and then you will see maybe a little bit further back. I mean, Jan, for example, as far as I know, he's been pretty consistent driving those. Oh, as he gets a blimmin' lovely 360 there, sending him into first. That was lovely. But yeah, everyone seems to have their different safety margins, and they're making them wall bang.
Oh,
hello,
interesting.
Little strap from man like Jan. Love that. Gaining like a car length. So maybe that's a strap we will see into the season. I haven't seen that before.
Because what's interesting there is that section is no brakes, so you do have to sort of NASCAR it. But I guess Jan slows down quicker by just hitting the wall and getting around the corner. Now, it can't just be personal preference, as New Prime, in the end, reclaims his first spot, gets that inside line. Whoa. And you know what? This time it's a 0.4, because why not?
Yeah, why not?
May as well. Great way to end the map as well, right? There was already 8 rounds. I always feel like with qualifiers, they just fly by like this, and especially with the pace that we've been seeing thus far, it's really, really enjoyable. Trolled end, says Jan. I mean, if trolling the end means second place, I would not mind trolling finishes at all in qualifiers if that means second place. I'm good for it.
Yeah, I'd back that. 105.6. If that's trolled, then I'm sure a lot of people on his behalf are trolling. So he has high standards, which is nice to see.
And I can tell you guys that after map number 2 of 3, Team Nemesis are currently leading with an average placement of 2.8. Shift, Loso, New Prime are 4.7, are in second. Seems like Big Clan are in third, so that is Massa and Grenadi, followed by Blah, which...
That's Elcon and Josh.
Yeah, I was going to say that could be anyone, but it makes sense that it's Elcon and Josh. And then Boz and Tween in fifth. Galactic Baguette, I believe, is a French duo of...
it's Richie and Milio. Oh, yeah. Not surprised
Richie
to see those two.
So Wumbo doing pretty well at the top of the leaderboard, all of their members in their respective duos quite high up. And Damascus Gaming, important to highlight, in 9th place. You were talking about them, Boney. They are NCSA's hope. They're, with this seeding at least, an indication that potentially Div 1 could be a possibility for them.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a uphill battle, I would say. But with the way, Exotica we've been seeing on server thus far, he has been able to pretty much, drive in every one of these rounds. Not necessarily hit those top 5 marks per se, but definitely has those moments to shine. And I think that the consistency is what he is focusing on the most thus far. Finds himself, despite not being ending as high as you see in the rankings on server, he is 5th. And it's not, again, he's not necessarily making those big splashes. He's not fighting for those first places. Though thus far, it's really been Bossbest and New Prime who have been doing that. But despite all that, Exotica is finding the spots, finding the ways to still get the points in, even though you have some of these, just pace monsters driving in the qualifiers right now.
Yeah, and heading... You can go.
In 16th place at the moment, just before you put in the Puff Bros pack and Spam are on that 16 place limit. Of course, they would be safe at the moment to make it through to the bracket, but if their pace is any indication so far, it's going to be a challenge for them for the rest of the day. But we are going into Marabello now. You said Thriller was potentially the most difficult, Orbit was potentially the easiest. How would you gauge this map, Nikos?
You hit the nail right there. It's bang in the middle, in my opinion.
Bang in the middle.
You have a couple tough sections. The ice is pretty hard, from my experience, to get completely consistent. You have this bug slide, and then after that, I would say it is just standard difficulty classic mix that you would see. So as long as you can nail those 2 difficult parts and get through the rest, I think you should be set, to be honest. As we see coming into the film, we have Bootball, we have New Prime, Boz, and Jan, all finishing in pretty good succession. 8, 9, and 9. Yeah, fast.
Yeah, really anything below that 108 sort of time is quite a good time, it seems. Well, at least from what I was seeing in practice from some of these top players. One player who isn't on this server but is the duo of Betatos is Marine, who I saw perform quite well on this map, and his teammate Betatos actually performed quite well on this. There are these players who sort of, you wouldn't consider them the best in the world. You wouldn't think that they could compete with the best in the world, but on the right map, in the right circumstances, it can just click for them.
It's beauty as well with these types of open style tournaments. I always have been a big fan. Compared to what we've had in the past, where it was more team focused from organizational point of view, this one is definitely, again, making sure that anybody who feels like they've got what it takes to make this happen, and with the breadth of skill that we have in the community in and of itself, I don't think it's very surprising that these 16 spots are going to be pretty much taken with blood, sweat, and tears by any one of these. There are those familiar names out there, but anybody who's familiar with the scene will definitely expect some of these players, like Marijntje, you mentioned just now, or Betatos, not necessarily known, but definitely there to take advantage of any mistake anyone at the top would make, and are looking to get in there. Nice photo finish once again. Look at that, just between Bossbest and New Prime, just fighting for it.
0.6.
Beautiful stuff.
0.6 is a very fast time on Marabello, but it is very closely followed by New Prime. Once again, they seem to be the duo at the top of this server, at least. You can see it doesn't mean anything in terms of the seeding, but the point difference that they have compared to Nova in third is incredible. That's just an indication of how well they've been performing so far.
Yeah, seems like they're the ones that have clocked in how to drive the maps the most out of everyone here. So they're always fighting for the top spots because they're always getting solid starts, solid mids, and good ends. I don't know. It seems like they've definitely understood the maps the most in this lobby from what I've seen so far.
Novu was in that third position. Sort of him and Maxtrack seem to be the two better French representatives in this server. You mentioned Nico, but it seems like he's been a little bit more inconsistent than those two so far. Maxtrack, oh, that is going to be a respawn. A bit of too tight of a line, was not going to have it into the dirt, so decided to respawn. Nixotica, one of those Damascus Gaming duos, like you were saying, Boney, not really sort of setting the world alight with his times, but consistent, and that's really been paying dividends for him.
Yeah, it's just making sure that that average positioning is going in his favor this round, not necessarily being all that on the bag of chips, but despite all that, making sure still hitting top 8 along the way. And yeah, it's not going to make the big difference, but it will make sure that he, for his team, for his duo, will be able to contend for, well, at this point, those top 8 spots after this finish does drop down to 11th place. But well, jumping up to 6 most likely because this was just registered. Maybe Charles had a bit of an awkward round, and now it is Nixotica who's able to pick up some of the pieces for that one. But it is interesting to see in that he is just setting that line, making sure that, okay, hey, you can jump higher, you can jump lower, that's A-okay with me. I'm just making sure I get to where I need to be, and you know, with play like that, I think that is totally fine to get into different.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be, well, we're going to be coming down to crunch time where we're going to see who that top 32 duo list is and who actually makes it through to the next bracket section. Of course, we're going to have to check the data, make sure that everything across all 6 servers ran smoothly and that everybody had all of their times registered. Before then, we can populate the bracket and make sure that we can progress smoothly. So there will be a bit of waiting time between this, but not too much. Just so we can make sure that everything is okay. As again, it is actually Novu and this time Jan at the front of the pack are battling with Bozbez, but Boz gets a better exit out of the fragile section and a decent enough drift. He's going to be a little bit wide there. Novu a little bit more inside, but actually it's a better line into the finish, and that's another 0.6. That is a really, really strong time and a nice low 0.7 from Novu as well, actually. Some really good performances.
I've been looking as well, like for using Piranha as my point of view, at least outside of what we're seeing on stream, and through most of these turns, he doesn't necessarily find himself at the top, but take advantage of every mistake along the way. He's looking very, very consistent on this one. Maybe there's still some work to be done, or he is taking it somewhat easy when it comes to pace, but he's pretty much there, ready for the take, and now coming out of that 180 line. Does shoot himself into first place, but he seems okay with, well, you know what, I'll take it a bit easier on this turn. Maybe not as clean as he would like, but not necessarily finding himself pushing along the way. And whereas Bozbez, New Prime Novu seemingly are comfortable just driving out there. He's taking a bit more. I think he is having some type of conservative line along the way.
Bit of a clip there from Boz, but he has some good rounds in the tank, so maybe he can allow himself 1 or 2 clips like that. He has been performing well otherwise.
Yeah, and going back to Piranha, I think the main thing is that he's just playing the format perfectly. It's how you should play this format. It's just being there every single round. It doesn't matter if you're absolutely not screaming through the gates, but you just need to be there. I mean, it's a different approach to New Prime as he sets a 57, because, I mean, why not? Just absolutely send it. He's just making me eat my words on the spot. Why not? But nah, I think Piranha plays the format how it should be played. Just be there every round. It doesn't matter if you're a little bit on the slow side. You don't need to be absolutely blazing every round.
Yeah, hopefully players aren't realizing that now, because there's only 3 rounds left on Marabello, which is our final map. It's the final chance really for these players to show what they've got, and if they are on the limit off the drop zone, make sure that they can get their spot in the top 32 and into the next bracket stage. Maxtrack, a little bit of an awkward landing there, and actually it's going to be Nixotica leading us through the first section of the map. That uphill drift there, Epos, I see a lot of players taking it tight to the apex, sending it up the inside. We saw Exotica take a bit of a wider line. What do you think is the best way to take that?
I mean, it's hard to gauge for me. I experimented with wide and I experimented with tight, and I found going wide was a little more consistent, but if you send it tight, it's a little bit faster. So it just depends on what you want. If you want that constant good line, I would send it a little bit more wide.
Makes sense. And as you said, just playing the format, those little adjustments are going to make the difference. But actually, Exotica, he's done really well in this round to lead us through. But just as I said, it's going to be a bit of a slow drift, but nothing to really worry about. Still going to be a sub 108 for him and a top 5 on the round. So really a good performance for him as well. We're seeing the same sort of names. A few alterations. Pupor up in third there, where we haven't maybe seen him as much on Marabello compared to the other maps, as he's 8th overall in the server. Really, it's going to be depending on where these players' teammates are in their standings, how they're performing, and at the end of the day, how the chips will fall. Pupor, a bit of an inside line starting this round, and it is Dark leading us through. Remember, this is the second last round before we progress to the bracket stage. So it's all or nothing, and the players are going to know this. This is their last chance.
Yeah, let's just get those positions in. I've just been taking a look at the score lines in general as well. There's definitely some deficits in terms of which maps look to be strong for others, but that's something for, you know, after these qualifications are over. But at the moment, it's good to see Dark actually at the front. One of those players that, you know, just a couple years ago was playing out in TMGL and just doing a phenomenal job. Not necessarily ending the highest, but always there to compete. Does end up falling behind a little bit on the pack, but even then, just a pack of 5 players this time around. I think the smallest we've seen through rounds thus far. Bospus in the lead isn't necessarily of a surprise, but it's coming down to those final turns once again, though. I think every one of those people in top 5 is going to be quite happy about that. Bospus was second first, and well, New Prime second. Not too surprising. Jan, I think we'll be quite happy just getting the 3rd place out of there.
I am surprised by how consistent these players have been. And I don't know why I am. I shouldn't be surprised anymore by how good these players are. Every season we try and set some really good challenges for them with the maps. And even though it might seem daunting at first, they just come through and show what is really possible on this type of map. And really an incredible performance from a lot of these players, but especially Boz and New Prime, at least in this server.
Yeah, in this server, but definitely not this round, as Boz shows us that you can actually crash the first Apex. It's a new discovered thing that you can actually do. And so hopefully he can make it up through the rest of the round as we're coming down to the plastic. Gets it really tight. Lovely gear, but he does clip. And so now my brother is out of the round.
Yeah, I don't think it'll necessarily hurt his chances, though. I will say, it may not be first in lobby, but honestly, as a team, they well, I mean, it's ridiculous, honestly, their score, considering the rest of the average score along the way. But yeah, way to end the qualifier for him. So will be someone else at the top. Exotica still trying to get something out of this. Though Jan and Novu also pretty much smack dab next to one another. That's going to be a fight towards the end. It's going to be a bit of risky, I think, to make the jump happen here.
Well, it is Jan just on the line. He gets a point. Now, New Prime misses the finish as well. So similarly to Boz, they just took this final round off and decided, you know what, we've done enough. We can just relax and try and focus on the bracket stage now.
Yeah.
So there we are.
Remind me how many duos qualify. It's 32, right?
32, yeah.
Okay.
So those players, Boz and New Prime, and a lot of the top contenders that we saw there, most likely going to be safe into that top 32. But we are going to have to check all of the data. We are going to have to populate the bracket, and that is going to take us just a few minutes. But we will be back very shortly with the first official matches of the Beacon Duo League, and we'll start whittling down the field.
seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. Saw you in that red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead.
but it's been a while. And just remember, it's the heat from a heart beating next to mine. But I surrender, 'cause everything I touch seems to crumble, and everyone I love leaves me broken down. Everybody runs when they see me now. So I put my hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm death in the land of the living. Still all the energy when we get connected. Your good is done when you have my full attention. I'll take you away into a dark dimension, and you can't get out. I never thought I'd be like this. Further down into the deep abyss I'll go. Stay off my radar 'cause I never miss you. Everybody knows. So I put my hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm dead in the land of the living. So I put my hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm dead in the land of the living. Hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm death in the land of the living. You tell me you love me, you kiss and you hug me, have some fun. I give you a smile, hang around for a while, getting it on. And I don't really show it, but you're the only one that breaks my walls. Now baby I'm all for it, and every time that I pick up the phone, I love it when you say
cry all night. I think you need somewhere to sin. Shy in public, but a threat. All these girls are staring, checking you. At first sight, I lost my breath, 'cause I've never seen someone like you.
I've been waiting for somebody just like you. Seeing all the colors, no more shades of blue. You picked me up from nothing, and now I'm feeling something. I've been waiting for way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. One look in your eyes, I found the one I've been waiting for. I'm feeling electric. Our love is electric. The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. I'm feeling electric. Look in your eyes, I found the one I've been waiting for. I'm feeling electric. The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. One look in your eyes, I found the one I've been waiting for. I'm feeling electric. Our love is electric. The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. I'm feeling electric. Look in your eyes, I found the one I've been waiting for.
It's like
I think I need therapy or just some more whiskey. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. I didn't know I was a casualty until you stopped my heart and you made me see I need love. I need you. I think I need to confess. Saw you in that red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. I didn't know I was a casualty until you stopped my heart and you made me see I need love. I need you. I didn't know
it's been a while. And just remember, it's the heat from a heart beating next to mine. But I surrender, 'cause everything I touch seems to crumble, and everyone I love leaves me broken down. Everybody runs when they see me now. So I put my hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm death in the land of the living. Still all the energy when we get connected. Your good is done when you have my full attention. I'll take you away into a dark dimension, and you can't get out. I never thought I'd be like this. Further down into the deep abyss I'll go. Stay off my radar 'cause I never miss you. Everybody knows. So I put my hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm dead in the land of the living. So I put my hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm dead in the land of the living. Hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm death in the land of the living. You tell me you love me, you care, saying you hurt me, have some fun. I give you a smile, hang around for a while, getting it on. And I don't really show it, but you're the only one that breaks my walls. Now baby, I'm all for it. And every time that I pick up the phone, I love it when you say my name. I love it when you say my name. I love it when you say my name. I love it when you. I love it when you. I love it when you say my name. I love it when you say my name. I love it when you say my name. I love it when you. I love it when you. You figure me out, all the things I'm about, nothing I hide. I'll take any chance to get close as we dance, let you decide. And I don't really show it, but you're the only one that breaks my walls. Now baby, I'm all for it. And every time that I pick up the phone, I love it when you say my name. I love it when you say my name. I love it when you say my name. I love it when you. I love it when you. I love it when you say my name.
We're back. The fake timer is no more. We are currently working on getting the servers going. Normally the players should be joining all of their matches in just a moment. We have checked all the data and the bracket has been populated. If you want to check out what matches are coming up, exclamation mark results in chat to go check out eCircuit Mania and see some of those tasty matchups for yourself. on the mainstream at least, we are going to be checking out quite an interesting one. So two teams that are relatively evenly matched, which are going to be Charles and Exotica, so Damascus Gaming, against CoPro and Limpan, whose name is Petson Ufindus.
Yeah, I'm not going to try and pronounce that because I will just botch the name. But nah, honestly, really, really close matchup straight from the gates, which is, yeah, it's cool to see. Can't really predict a winner, to be honest. I mean, I like both sets of players. Know CoPro pretty well. So I don't even know who I want to support at this point, but I think it's going to be very even. Probably going to see match 3 is my guess.
I mean, that's a nice prediction. I wouldn't mind if we did see match 3. Maybe the schedule would prefer if we only saw match number 2, but that's fine. Damascus Gaming did get 3rd in the round seeding, and Petson Ufindus got 20th. So that is 7-point gap, but to be honest, it's mostly down to the fact that Petson Ufindus' performance on Thriller was quite poor.
Yeah, so exactly that's what I'm saying when it comes down to the 3 map thing, because sure, they might lose that map. And I saw it with a lot of teams, actually. They had really, really strong on 2 maps, and then 1 map they had a sort of bogey, you know? So I reckon it's the same with this team. And yeah, we're just going to see a really close match that will definitely go to map 3 if Thriller is played in the right order, I would say.
Yeah, potentially. And this is one of those things in this bracket, you know, you'll have people who will be seeded, for example, Team Nemesis, first seed, they're going to be playing against 32nd seed. You expect, you know how that one's going to go most likely. Now, this match is one of those where Petson Ufindus, their performance in seeding might not equate to what it will be in match. It might be that they're much more comfortable in that 2v2 sort of scenario and playing directly against their opponents rather than in that sort of rounds scenario.
Yeah, I think you're right. And the main thing as well is a lot of people, they have a mental switch up when it comes from seeding versus in match. I said it at the start of the seeding, where some people are slow starters, slow burners. Like I said, I'm one of those players myself. So once they get into the point where, okay, now this is the point where we got to play, I think a lot of people do have that switch where they can just click the button and then they're just going.
And to put the microscope on one of POF's players, CoPro, it feels like he's been banking quite a bit on this competition. It seems like he's been putting in a lot of effort. He's been in BMM quite a bit, and he's been quite vocal about the event as well. And I think for himself, his own confidence, he's looking to have a good performance, and he definitely wants to at least qualify to Division 2.
Yeah, it seems like everyone is gunning for the point, but nah, I back them to have a Div 2. But again, it's not a guarantee. You have this close match coming up into round 1, so we'll see how it progresses from here.
They need to start off on the right foot. Well, 2 people to guide us through this first match. It is going to be our 2 first casters off the Duo League. It's going to be Boney and Legion.
Don't pause, press play. Don't pause, press play.
There we go. Welcome everybody. First match of our bracket stage for this qualifier round. Boney here, joined by Legion himself. Already saw the fans going wild in the crowd. Don't go too wild just yet, guys. It's only the start of the day. I mean, great match to kick things off with as well. Damascus Gaming versus Petson Ufindus. And yeah, actually the only 2 Swedish players outside of Henkan actually who are playing this Duo League, and obviously the NCSA being represented right here with Charles and Exotica, and getting things kicked off. It's Charles with quite the lead, and Limpan fighting for CoPro to somewhat keep their foot in the door.
Yeah, CoPro had a bit of a crash there through the no grip section, so he's already taken about 4.5 seconds back. Charles comfortably in the lead. I think right now it is going to be Nixotica playing catch up, although I don't really know how much of the momentum is really going to go his way right now. We are getting towards the end of the map here, so it will be Charles in first. Nixotica might go for a last second lunge, but it's not going to be enough. Just under a 1/10 of a second, and CoPro will be a little late to the party, but you know, maybe that's just sort of first match jitters.
Could be. Yeah, I mean, it's just getting things underway. This map pick, for those curious wanting to know, we only have 3 maps, but there is still a map pick happening. The top seed from our initial qualifiers will be able to pick first map, and then second map will be picked by the other team, and obviously, you know, third map kind of goes without saying. So the Damascus gang believing that they have the upper edge, have the upper hand here on Triller. Great map, fun map to watch as well thus far. The 360 specifically is one of the things we've been noting in qualifiers. Players have been quite clean through. And you can see there, oof, unfortunately, Exotic having some issues. Well, sorry, it was not Exotic, it was Limpa with some issues right there. And it's going to be CoPro who's going to have to defend right now through this breaks off sector. But, I mean, Exotica is right there. He's trying to get closer to Charles, but not really finding the space just yet.
No, Charles, it feels like Charles is in a completely different division compared to pretty much everyone else. Just off of these first 2 rounds, he's had an excellent start. I think he's had the best start out of all 4 of these guys. Then, of course, it goes CoPro, Nixotica, and a big hit there for CoPro. And Charles is going to clip the bear, so it looks like Nixotica will take first place. Charles has to go for third. Limpan gets second place, and we're going to wait for CoPro going through the slow-mo. But that was a fun little turnout at the end of the round.
Ooh. Yeah, a bit of a roller coaster at the end. I mean, it's kind of a roller coaster with the quarter pipe jump in some way, shape, or form, but not exactly the result they were hoping for right there. It was looking good for Damascus Gaming. I mean, thus far, still in the lead, 4-2 for those completely new to the duo scene, which I can imagine, right? It's been a bit of time playing up to 10 points. Obviously, our players are going to be looking for those aces, those 1-2 combination finishes to get 3 points on the board. That is really which can make big swings happen. For now, though, Personal Findus are able to, you know, stay within earshot. If they're able to pick up a round here or there, that could help out. And you know what also helps out? Players crashing on the opponent's side. Damascus Gaming, Nixotica right now hitting the wall right there on 360, and that's an opportunity for CoPro and Limpan to make something happen.
Especially as they're running 1 and 3 right now, and Charles actually getting that lead back. So this would be sort of a draw round right now, as Nixotica has fallen back about a 10.5 here, but he is still very much in pursuit of the Swedes. We did see a couple of errors here at this quarter pipe jump, but not this time around, although Nixotica on the inside will overtake Limpan into the finish. So a potential 2-3 for the Swedes goes back to a 2-4.
Yeah, great snipe right there from Nixotica. Just a bit cleaner on that quarter pipe jump to get a bit more speed out of the way. Just when you thought you were safe, it's Nixotica coming out out of nowhere. Feels like a 80 slasher right there. But hey, for the time being, Damascus Gaming will be quite happy with the results thus far. I mean, they did a great job throughout the qualifiers as well. So I do think that this map in particular just seems to favor them just a bit more, already coming off the start again into that 360 sector. A lot quicker than CoPro and Limpan at the moment, but it's not as if, the Swedish duo have been sitting still thus far. It's really been pace at the moment because everybody is looking very clean.
Yeah, those starts are pretty hard to call, but the thing with 360 I noticed is that I think Charles gets it the best out of anybody. Obviously not right now. He's running in about second or third, fighting it up with Limpan. But pace, yeah, but also we have seen those errors, so it's not entirely a flawless run, but up into the finish, it is going to be flawless from just about everybody. Another 1-3 for Damascus, and if you want consistency, I think 1-3 is probably about the best you can get right now.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, I mean, you could see it really just as 4 rounds won, right? Obviously, the ace is just making it ever cleaner, just getting more bang for your buck. But even then, 8-4, 4-point gap. Even if the people on fire right now do find themselves making their way across the finish line in 1-2 combination. It's still Damascus Gaming leading. They've been able to build up that lead along the way, and honestly, they haven't necessarily been looking like they were going to slow down. And oof, Limpon with an unfortunate crash right there, right before the wall ride. Does mean that Copro is left to his own devices to try and somehow get a 1-4 out of this, but I don't think that's going to happen again. Charles just so much speed coming out of it, but that's really the only situation right now that Personal Findus could get out of it. Well, you know, in Exotica they only left. Copro needs to keep him away from first place to keep this round somewhat alive for his team.
Yeah, and I think Exotica just got the drift there a little bit wrong. I think he might have dropped the gear or something, but that was a very tight line, very awkward before the wood. But Copro's going to have a bit of a longer jump, and Exotica's got a little bit more speed, but it's not going to be enough. 22 thousandths of a second. POF stay alive here. It is 9-5. Not quite a work day, but it's certainly going to feel like one if Copro and Limpon get this comeback together.
Yeah. I mean, it's a bit of a long shot, honestly, but hey, as long as you have an opportunity to get another round in, you may as well take it. It is only just one map, right? But it is a best of 3. So every shot counts. Double elimination at the same time does mean there is still that opportunity, that potential to still make it through. To get one of those top 8 spots, but even then, you don't want to relinquish yourself into that situation, especially at the start of the day. It's already going to be a long one. We'll be going for another 4 hours or so, it's going to take all the stamina required, but doesn't look like... Oh, Charles, bit of a pinball situation is what I was going for. And so in Exotica, just needs to finish second, honestly. That's enough. First or second, and he's good. And right now, I mean, first is pretty much on the table, it seems. Half a second ahead.
Yeah, Copro and Limpon are really struggling. He had a touch from Limpon, I believe. But yeah, for Exotica, it's just about getting to the end, and we are coming up to it now, around the barriers and up into this quarter pipe jump. As long as he makes it, which he does, he's just got one more little gap to clear, and it's going to be right there. And it looks like, yeah, I think DG is going to take our first map here quite convincingly.
Yeah. Definitely. 105.6 to close things out right there. 10-6, and with that, Damascus Gaming leads 1-0, and we'll be getting things ready for our second map along the way. Thus far, yeah, Personal Findus not really finding necessarily the advantages per se, due to the mistakes that Charles was having towards the latter 2 rounds actually on the map. But at the same time, I don't think they necessarily expected to win it there. It didn't feel like there were like those flashes of brilliance, if you will, to get in. So they may have to do it on our next track here. Yeah,
it's probably gonna be the call, because I mean, right now it is still best of 3, so you know, there is a chance to make a comeback happen. It's gonna be tricky though. When you're down that first map, you kind of get into a weird mindset where you're almost in sort of a fight for survival type of thing, but we'll see how it goes as we are going to get into the map intro for the next map. That's going to be Orbit.
Echo of the night, we find solace, we find light in the moment cannot. When you hear the music stop, I can see you, I can hear you, and I know that you are strong. You've been dealing with the demons, now you know where you belong. In the echo.
Folks, we are into the first round here on Orbit. It is Damascus Gaming up 1-0 here in a best of 3. So it is POF, sort of a fight for survival, at least to try and keep us going to a third map. If not, we'll move on to the next matchup. But we'll see. Anything can happen here in the Beacon Duo League. Right now, though, compared to last time, it is the Swedes that are leading the way. But as I say that, Charles takes over first place, but a really wide line is going to set him entirely off course.
that though. It's just going to be an Exotica right now for the defense. I was just taking a quick look to see how these teams have performed on this track throughout. Oh no, throughout qualifiers, as we see Exotica having some issues with the transition right there. It's just going to be the bug slide right now for Limpon and CoPro to get this one on the board. But yeah, from a position point of view, Damascus Gaming did get the better positions along the way. But Personal Fits is still finding themselves wanting to play this track. And honestly, with the first ace on stream, who can blame them? Great performance from their side. Somewhat helped out with the mistakes from Charles and Exotica. But hey, that's the point of competition, right? It's not just about, well, I'm just driving good rounds. Sometimes, you know, your opponents help you out.
Yeah, and especially coming off of sort of a 2-1 slugfest on the first map. It's good to, you know, give your opponents a nice little right hook with an immediate ace. So if POF can keep that trend going, we could see 4 very quick rounds here on Orbit. But right now it is Damascus Gaming starting to find their footing a little bit as Charles takes back the lead of the race, a position he's been very comfortable with. And this time around, he is actually going to make the jump a lot better. But it is Exotica having to fend off the 2 Swedes to at least keep that first place and guarantee, at ideally, 2 points for DG here. But Limpon, CoPro, not going to make it easy.
No, I'm heading into the bug slide sector right here. You do see that there is a bit more push happening from CoPro and Limpon, and not quite finding the space that they need. And Exotica and Charles still kind of out of their way, so perhaps the finish will be the place where things will happen. But no, everybody straight as an arrow heading for that finish at the top. And from one ace to another, it's going to be the Damascus game and evening things out. It's going to be free to free. So both teams with that just need 7 points, right? I mean, surely nothing bad could happen, but it's definitely a lot more pressure on Betson Findus as we see CoPro have a bad start. And with that, it's already a 2v1 in favor of Damascus.
Yeah, you just said you had praise for POF, and then the CoPro told you that that was a really dumb idea. But hey, if we keep seeing some aces here, then if my math is correct, and trust me, I am no math major, we could see 7 rounds. I don't know. Someone's gonna have to fact check me on that one, but it doesn't matter because right now it is still Charles leading the way, Limpon in second, Exotica in third, CoPro in fourth. This is a pretty familiar sight, I'd like to say. We've seen it at least in last map. This map's been a little bit different, but Exotica is trying to close the gap up to Limpon right now, who is just breathing down the neck of Charles. They're going to go into the bug slide 360 that has actually given Exotica a little bit more momentum, and now he cuts that gap down and actually completely throws the gap away as he overtakes Limpon into that final jump. It will be another ace, this time going over to DG. 6-3 is going to be your score line. Oh boy, here we go.
Yeah, it felt Limpon right there. Going into the bug slide there, was feeling a bit hesitant, not necessarily as comfortable going through, and Exotica the complete opposite, honestly, just oozing cool throughout each and every one of those turns. That last drift as well, pretty much sealing the deal with Exotica overtaking. It did feel just not having that confidence. This time around, Limpon with a very strong start does put himself in an advantage position, but not the best line going into the plastic, and because of that, you do see Exotica's right there to take advantage of it. CoPro once again, though, just not close enough to really play along and you know, get some points in, as once again, all pressure for Sweden, or at least the Swedish supporters, lie on Limpon.
Yeah, it was CoPro, especially, you mentioned a sort of a bad line for some onto the plastic. CoPro ended up clipping one of the decoration pieces, and we actually see Exotica in the background clipping the reactor boost. So that's going to put him a little farther back, but that's okay. CoPro is still a few seconds behind him. Limpon has gained the lead here into the jump, but he's gonna graze the wall. He's gonna have to respawn, and Damascus is handed over another ace. They're up on match point here, 9-3.
Oh my word! Yeah, that hurts. That just hurts, right? You're right there. It's for the taking. Yeah, it's a draw, but at least, you know, there is still that potential. All of a sudden, you're map pick and you find yourself down 6 points, and you know Damascus, they just need the one. They just need Charles or an Exotica to get across the finish line in first and second. And Charles does get the crash in, but that doesn't mean you can count your blessings. Limpon and Cobro need to keep their eyes behind it because Exotica's right there. Though he crashes as well, Limpon crashes as well, and there's just one player alive. And that is the perfect situation for Damascus game, and honestly, right now, that's exactly what they need, what they want. All of a sudden, all the pressure is off. Yeah, the round isn't over just yet, but honestly, there's very, very little that can happen right now that will cause Charles to lose 5 seconds on his time.
Oh, we've had stranger things happen. Not just, I assume we'll have strange things happen here, but even just in other competitions I've seen, the strangest endings occur. But yeah, for Damascus, it is just easy sailing. Exotica has very much taken a vacation here. He is 19, almost 20 seconds back. Copro gets to the line first, and it's Charles about 3/4 back. Limpon has crossed the finish line, and this should just about do it for Damascus as they'll take Orbit. Exotica, unfortunately, not making it to the finish line, but that's okay. A 2-1 victory, or a 2-1 scoreline is all DG needs to take Orbit, and they're going to take it 2-0 here in the first match of the day.
Yeah, strong performance right there from Damascus Gaming. I think definitely in the way things went, Pessimil Findus just not able to get their footing in the match at any point, really. They got the 1 ace off, and I think they can be happy with that. But Damascus Gaming, I mean, NCSA being represented here very, very well by Exotica and Charles, and the great performance from them there.
I mean, I would say for NCSA, that'd be like the best representatives, because Exotica and Charles, I mean, have had quite a decorated history here in North America. So for them, it's a great start. You know, they move on to the next part of this tournament. Of course, we are fighting towards the potential first 4 to make it into Division number 1, and then from there, everybody else is going to fight it out for those last 4 places. And then, of course, we are going to be also sorting out for Division 2. Right now, I mean, I can't make a prediction of who wins. I can be biased and say DG.
You should.
I should. You know what? I should. Yeah, I'm gonna say DG. For once in my life, I'm gonna support that organization. You're welcome, Randomized. Normally, I wouldn't. I would support Split, but we're not in this competition, so I'm kind of stuck with them. But I mean, yeah, I think it's gonna be good. If we have anything to go off of, I think that this tournament's gonna turn out quite exciting, very, very close, especially because we have some pretty big names out there right now that we haven't seen play yet.
Curious about that as well. Well, I'm also curious to hear from Babs and Epos to think what they thought about that match and how things are looking right now for Damascus. But either way, Babs, how about it? What do you think?
Man, well, there we are. I was just making a late entrance to the scene, but definitely a solid performance from DG. I think Charles and Exotica, impressive. We were watching that match together, Epos, and I said, Exotica, he always goes sort of under the radar, but he always shows up, and he's always impressive in match.
Yeah, every time it seems like Nyx is always just out there looking for the consistency. And I mean, consistency kills, right? He's there every single round to tune up every mistake. And I think that was the difference. I mean, we looked at the pace from both players on the other side, and they're definitely there on paper, but it's just the consistency. That was the issue.
Yeah, and especially when it's paired with the pace of Charles, because it seemed,
of course,
especially on Orbit, it seemed like Charles was the most comfortable. I mean, POF had their chances to sort of save the match in a little bit, get their footing, as the casters were saying, but a few mistakes, especially that one clip from Limpan when he was on for the tie and then clips at the end and then ends up being an ace. A match can really run away from you, especially in a best of 3.
Yeah, and I think it's just the pressure of knowing you have to defend that ace, right, as well. He probably got the call, he knew he had the splits, but obviously the pressure mounts. And especially as you're like, okay, come on, one more corner. And then, yeah, sometimes it just happens where you crumble on the last hurdle. I know I've been there.
Yeah, it's always that pressure. But because that match was relatively short, we can jump into another one and give you a little bit more Trackmania action. So I'm just going to send it right back to Bonley and Legion.
Right. Well, they're just going to throw us back into the deep end, it seems. You know what? I respect that. So we're gonna get into the next one, and I believe that's going to be the Mari Toasty Shadow demo. lineup or matchup, I should say. So we'll get right into that. Predictions, Boney. What do we got?
I mean, I can be a little bit biased, I suppose. I mean, I'll give it to Marijntje and Toasty right there. The Beta Toast, honestly, one of those players who has played Beacon before. Did end up Div 2 both times, I believe, if I remember correctly. Don't quote me on that. I may be misremembering. Did have some struggles along the way during that, but always was there to perform right. Did have some moments for himself and Marijntje. I mean, also a great player, and obviously I will be biased in that because he is Dutch, and why should I not be, right? We've already determined that in some way, shape, or form, so clearly they are the better team, but honestly, Sham and the Motivator, honestly, are both great players to know right as well. So very curious to see. I believe we are loading into map number 2. It is 1-0 currently for Marijntje and Beta Toast team. I did not catch the name real quick because we have so many names. I do love the names, honestly, that we we have.
Good ones.
Yeah, I mean, also with for example, Big Selecta for the training duo, right? I mean, Orcs GP Numa Wops, because who would say Lops, really? Stuff like that, and Crash Mania. Who can ignore Crash Mania?
Why aren't you on that team, Boney? I feel like that'd be home for you.
Maybe.
Oh, you're the booth. That's something at least.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh god, but yeah, we got some big names though here. Like you said, we got big. I know Shift is in here, and even not just the name teams, but even just players themselves. We are going to get into the intro for Marabello here. Second match. It is AGF up 1-0 over GLC, and we'll see if we can get a map 3 today.
All right, well.
Go ahead.
Well.
Oh no, it's us. No, not us. Not us. We gotta
back to you in car.
There we go.
I feel so much better in car.
God, I felt nude there for a second, but yeah, we're here in the first round of Marabello right now. Is Marabello leading the way, but as I say that, Beta Toast decides that he's out of beta, releasing on time into first position, but it is the blue pair right now, running up 1-2 to Motivator and Shadow right now. We're lagging behind a little bit, but Shadow there's actually been a lot of shakeups here between checkpoints.
Yeah, some Beta Toast specifically having a bit of a touch does mean that he slowed down over time, but the Motivator crashing right before the transition at that final jump into the finish. It's going to be Marijntje who picks up first place right there, and Beta Toast able to get third due to that mistake on the Motivator side. A bit of good luck. I'm not sure if I mean, almost good focus, almost getting the points in, I guess. We'll figure out what the AGF Legion will be doing here as Glacier, GLC Glacier. I'm just trying to think of some other abbreviations along the way. We'll get those in post, I'm sure, along the way. But for the time being, I mean, 2-1 scoreline honestly came out a bit lucky due to the Motivator's mistake, really.
Yeah, it's good focus. If you just take the S away, it's like almost just enough. Good focus. But we'll go into the next round, and GLC trying to make amends for that first round set of blunders as they pulled out roughly about maybe 3.5. Oh god, as I say that, big hit from the Dutchman. So that leaves Beta Toast to take over third position, but right now Shadow and Demotivator absolutely starting to run away with this. Half a second right now is the gap, and that grows just a few milliseconds more right now as we head through the penalty fragile section onto that reset. But we are coming up to the end. We saw some touches earlier from one of the GLC players, but this time it's not going to happen. They're going to take the ace here to go up 4-2, and Barnett just getting to the line now.
Yeah, just both players looking clean. Bit of synchronized swimming at some points, it felt like. And with that, take the lead. They need the lead as well. It is the almost good focus who have the first map point. So any and all damage that Glacial can do right now is going to be crucial to getting into that map number 3 situation. I mean, it's good to see Marabello as well come in for this track, as Beta Toast has some issues coming out of that 180 ice slide. Doesn't get the jump down quite right. Ends up on the platform, but loses a lot of speed in all of it. And so Shadow is kind of in no man's land right now in 3rd place, and the fight really is between the Motivator and Marijntje, which the Motivator, for the time being, is winning.
Yeah, but he's just lost a couple of hundreds here. Marijntje, oh, that was a very weird line, so he's going to lose so much ground here to the pole. And Shadow still in that no man's land, like you talked about, even though there has been a mistake. He hasn't caught up, but somebody who has caught up is actually Beta Toast, as that gap's closed up to Shadow, and it looks like there may be some tighter lines here coming out from the German to try to get the overtake done. But it looks like we're running out of time here. It could be a 2-1 for Glacial, and that's exactly what it's going to be, as Demotivator puts a 108.05 here to take the round and open that gap up to 3 points here on map number 2.
Yeah, 3-6. Definitely a gap of 3. That's exactly what you were looking for. It's feeling good. It doesn't feel like a situation where an ace could happen. Doesn't mean you can't just take your foot off the pedal just yet, but at the same time, it's already helping out a ton. You can afford to get into a 2-3 situation, 2-4 situation. Those situations will occur. We do see the Motivator having some issues there on the grass. Does mean that he falls behind a little bit on our players here, duking it out for 1st place. I mean, Marijntje and Beta Toast just putting all the pressure right now on Shadow, following him as a Shadow, if you will. And actually, Marijntje tries to get ahead on the water, doesn't quite make it happen. But both Beta Toast and Shadow cleanly around the pole, and the fight for 1st keeps on going.
Yeah, and because of some of these slight errors, Demotivator has had a chance to sort of make up ground from his mistakes, although has tripped himself up just a little bit. But it is still Shadow holding off the AGF lineup to, at the very least, try and get a draw here. You can see just how well Marijntje and Beta Toast are running. Very similar paces from both of them, but it won't matter. It will be the draw coming out. Shadow in 1st, securing it, and Demotivator in 4th. So track point potentially if Glacial can get this ace.
Yeah, I mean, great defense there from Shadow, doing what he needs to do to keep that gap nice and wide. Any and all aces, obviously, you know, anybody would happy with, but this is a perfect opportunity for it to win the match and move on to the next round. For the time being, though, Marijntje and Beta Toast doesn't look like they're about to take this one lying down, and are doing everything they can to get points on the board, coming out of the very fast out of that 1st sector, and are leading for the time being, though, the Motivator and Shadow right behind.
Yep, and if you're Marijntje and Beta Toast, getting an ace here would tie it right back up and make it 7-7. But we could be seeing a 2-1 here for Glacial. That's still progress towards the final score of 10 to force map number 3. But if they want to make this work, they're going to have 2 players that need to get up in positions, and Shadow has just overtaken Beta Toast for 3rd. Demotivator all over the rear wing of Marijntje, but is it going to be enough here into that last little drift? Transition is all it's going to be, and it looks to be a draw here for the entire server. So 5-8 now, still track point.
Glacial very happy with that, just doing exactly what they need to do. Obviously want to end the match a bit, or at least the map a bit earlier, but hey, this is exactly the way things need to keep going. Still on track points, still setting themselves up for their 1st map win. And Beta Toast, the last to enter into the ice, but getting out of that turnaround in about 3rd place. It's going to be the grass where these players are doing quite well. But it's the 2nd half, really, that's been troubling them, especially the watery wheel plastic sector that's been bugging the Almost Good Focus squad. We'll see how they'll do this time around.
Seems to have gone pretty well so far on the map. Looks like the little water bug slide has gone also pretty well. We're seeing The same sort of running order, just a bit of a switch up to Motivator in the lead, then it's Shadow. But as I say that, Beta Toast has overtaken through the checkpoint at the very least. Both AGF players trying to find a little bit of life here if they allow Shadow any overtake. And if Demotivator stays in first, this will be track point for Glacial. But into the finish, 400ths of a second between the top three, and we go another round.
We go again, and it was already a situation where Almost Good Focus needed an ace to stay in the match. It would have been nice if they were able to get a round win and an ace, but now they just need to get an ace. They need to bring this into overtime in some way, shape, or form. Glacial keeps the gap at 3 points. They just need somebody in second place at least, and honestly, the Motivator Shadow both are looking very capable of that, though Shadow hasn't been having the nicest of runs these past couple of rounds. This one, again, does start off in 4th place, but hey, anything could happen still.
And if Almost Good Focus can have great focus and get that ace, we will be 9-all going into the final round. Demotivator has respawned, so that's going to put him way down on the track, and Shadow doing everything he can right now to try to close the gap, but a very messy inside line is going to do him absolutely no favors as Beta and Maranja, there we go. They're just pulling away right now. I think they're going to take it easy here going into the final couple of corners here, and it will be potential match point, track point for Glacial as AGF get the ace. Bodhi, predictions for the round, who wins? Who goes home?
Oof. I do still believe it's Glacial who I think they'll be able to pick up the map here, but it's all going to come down to pressure, right? It is match point right now for Almost Good Focus. It's track point for Glacial to bring this into a map number 3. May still even go into overtime if we get a couple more of those draws along the way. It would be a pleasure to see in overtime this early on in the tournament, honestly. But that is all in the hands of our competitors right now. The Motivator, once again, taking charge of the match. And Shadow, all he needs to do is get ahead of either Beta Toast Marange, but again, they are like a dog
touch
with a bone until the touch happens. Marange, no, this is not the way it's supposed to go. Still, though, this is not the best situation for Almost Good Focus, but at the same time, they can afford losing the map as it is their match point.
Yeah, but Beta Toast taking the lead. If the positions stay where they are with the 1 and 4 for AGF, we will get a tie. We will go for another round into overtime. But Demotivator's trying to say something about it right now as he is absolutely hounding Beta Toast for the butter here. Going into the last section, it's a great drift from Beta Toast, but he's going to touch. Demotivator gets the overtake. Same with Shadow. Glacial's going to take the last round here with an ace on... Oh, Marabello, what a round that was. Beta Toast. So much risk there.
Yeah, and one has to wonder, was it necessary to take that risk right there? He clearly shortened this drift right there to try and push with as much speed as possible through that final sector, and unfortunately it did come out to bite him in the butt. So yeah, it will mean it's going to be a map 3. Still, though, valiant effort. Sometimes you have to take the risk, sometimes you do have to go for it. But yeah, that time around just did not pay off. So it's going to be 1-1, and Glacial with this fighting back, bringing into a decider map. I mean, we just came in halfway through, but this is a scorcher of a match.
Absolutely. I think Beta Toast feeling a little bit too much pressure there, and just that smoke clip was all it took. So we are going to be going on to Thriller for our third and final map of this matchup. We saw this, of course, in the first match that we casted, and we're going to see it again, thankfully. Do we see a close match, or do we see almost a runaway from at least one of these squads?
I mean, with a track like this, it's... I think, as Epos mentioned before, this is definitely the hardest map in the map pool. But I think we have a bit of time. I think we can squeeze in like a little cool intro for this map. So why not take a look and then see how this match unfolds.
Don't pause, press play.
We're going into it. We're in. We're in. We're on the walls. We're going down. Back on this roller coaster that we call round number 1 of our qualification brackets. These players trying to find themselves a spot in this Beacon Duo League. But only the top 16 will be placed into our Division 1 and Division 2 brackets. Again, both teams right here. We got Glacial, we got Almost Good Focus, who are on the precipice of winning their first match. But at this point in time, from what we've seen, it does feel like a bit of a coin flip to who will be the victor at the end.
We've seen it the first match, and we're probably going to see quite a lot of it here as Betatos gets the end the best, and Maranja with a line. Yes, he is. AGF says, hey there, Glacial. That was a really good ace you had first round on the last map. Here's ours.
There you go. Boom. What a way. Like that 3-point deficit maybe should have been cleaned up a bit earlier on map number 2. But you know what? Why not just start things off with a 3-point lead here on map number 3. We are on Thriller, and what a thriller it has been thus far this match. And yeah, Glacial, bit of back foot to kick things off here of our first round. We do see that Marijntje and the Motivator at the moment are dueling it out for that first place. Betatos does make his way through it initially until he does hit. And so he will be duking things out with his Shadow at the same time, though Marijntje will do everything that he can to be in first place. And right now, he has quite the lead, half a second.
Yeah, this is good news for Almost Good Focus. If they can get it 2-1, it'll keep that gap at 3 points. But of course, if the Motivator gets an overtake, then we will be seeing a. Oh, actually, no. Hold on. What has happened here? Is something? Oh no, I'm just crazy. But yeah. Anyways, this will be a good round for AGF. 2-1. Give them 5 points. Give Glacial 1. So that'll actually be 4 points of a gap here. Bit of a messy round though compared to the first.
Victory.
Yeah, we already, I mean, Shadow already ending up a bit on the wayside before the 360 even happened, and then the 360 itself also causing some issues on Betatos' side. Did make it quite quickly into a 1v1, which Marijntje handily won, and oh no! We already lost one of our players from the get-go, heading into the water. Shadow reactor boosts his way into one of the walls. And so the Motivator, pressure on him to try and recover, try and do some damage control. Perhaps can hope for Marijntje or Betatos to make some issues on the 360. But you know what? Instead, he is the one eating crow. And it is Betatos and Marijntje. Well, pretty much given the ace on a platter, though. The Motivator is right behind. There is still some risk. I think the hardest sectors are out of the way thus far, and it's a matter of Betatos and Marijntje recognizing the situation and not getting overly risky.
Shadow with another respawn to Motivator, 2.5 back right now. The only thing you can really hope for is exactly that. Marijntje messing up the quarter pipe, having to respawn.
Not that chill.
So it'll be 2 points instead of 3 for AGF. That's going to be a great little bit of motivation for them. And Shadow should be able to make it to the finish line. 3, 2, 1. Oh, and he just got there.
The buzzer beater. Well, he did make it across, but I mean, 2 points for Glacial, 7 points for Almost Good Focus. This is quite the hill, the glacier, if you will, to be conquered for our Glacial duo here. It's really been a bit of a tough one on Shadow, right? He's just not really had a clean run thus far. And it's been allowing Almost Good Focus to well, just take care of all the benefits and put themselves in such a advantageous situation.
But he's sort of he's fixed the issues right now. Is we do see Betatos having a bit of a mistake there right at the end of the Ice 360. So if you're Glacial right now, you are setting yourself up for an ace. 3 points that would make it a 2-point difference right now. But Marijntje is keeping things interesting here, dropping back just a little bit as we head into the little bit of wood section here. But towards the end, we have had some of those rounds decided by the quarter pipe. Will this be another one as we jump into it? Shadow's going to go very low, so does Marijntje, but I don't think it's going to be enough. So Glacial's going to stay alive here for one more round. An ace for them is exactly what they need. Can they keep the ball rolling?
There we go. Damage has been done, putting themselves on 5 points. Still, though, any bad round could spell disaster. That is the scary part about having your opponents with 7 points. It's all of a sudden not a matter of, okay, you know, maybe we can get some 2-1s in and get away with things. No, this is the point where you're going to have to start risking. You know what? At the same time, Rantje with a bit of a touch heading out of the water does give Glacial another foot in the door, another potential way to make their way into the next round with only Beta those currently to beat. Everybody making their way across through the 360. Very clean. Though Shadow delivers in a little bit of speed. It's the motivator and Beta Tails right now fighting for first.
And Shadow had a little bit of a wall touch at the dirt section, so he was in position to try get it, or at least to put a bit more pressure on Beta Toast, but that doesn't seem to be the reality, as Marabello also having some issues, so he's going to fall back even further. But Beta Toast and the motivator right now dueling it out for first place. It is going to be the Polish driver that has the advantage into the quarter pipe jump. I don't think Beta Toast got it as well. No, he didn't. Shadow respawns. Marabello goes in. I think he'll make the jump. Yes, he will. And it's just going to be Shadow. So Glacial was on for a 2-to-1 point split, but it's going to be 1-to-1. So still going, but not really what they were looking for.
No. The 2-point gap definitely helps out, but if they were able to nab a 2-1 right there, all of a sudden, the pressure that almost could focus, you know, the idea of them getting an ace and ending the match like that would be gone, because they would have that opportunity. They would have to focus. They would know that there is that pressure now on Beta Tails and Rantje, but instead, it's 8-6. It's barely not. It's one of those like, yeah, but not quite, not really. And from the get-go, we see Beta Tails and Rantje having a much stronger start on this round. Both pretty much in sync through that 360, and actually it's Shadow, the one coming out with the short end of the stick, falls behind by about half a second, and so almost good focus has the potential right now to end the match.
Yeah, they could, but if Glacial can get an ace, or at the very least get a 1-3, they'll get another round here, another chance. A 1-3, of course, would give them a 9-8 scoreline to overcome. But I think this might be it. Beta Toast and Marabello going into the quarter pipe, but they're both going to touch. Are you kidding me? Demotivator, he's going to get first place. Where is Shadow? Shadow gets second. We're 9-8.
Victory.
Again, the quarter pipe jump came in. I mean, that was the one thing on my mind, but I saw Beta Toast. He had to jump. It looked clean. It honestly looked clean. I didn't quite, you know, I didn't see an issue until the clip happened and he did lose speed, and what a way to, you know, lose it right there from the get-go. With that 9-8, both teams on match point, and thus far, almost good focus. Very true to their name, just not getting it down quite yet. Still, though, a draw helps them win the match, and so that's going to have to be their focus for this one. Just get a draw at least, and you'll be fine. Because honestly, in terms of skill level, in terms of pace, in terms of consistency, it's been tit for tat. It's been just very, very hard to call.
Yeah, but if you're Glacial, you want to at least get a 1-3, and it's all going to rely on Shadow right now as he's running in fourth. He had a little bit of a touch to Motivator. No! He gets it wrong onto the wood. That brings AGF up into first and second. Surely they're going to get the quarter pipe jump correctly. Yes, they will. Ladies and gentlemen, AGF from almost clean, or almost just running away with this map and then almost losing it. Glacial melting at the final hurdle. It will be AGF taking this map 12-8 in a thriller.
A thriller indeed, and the place to end it on, exactly. I suppose things did get a little bit too hot for our Glacial teammates here, and so despite them getting the win on map number 2, after a grueling slugfest, honestly, map number 3 was no different, pretty much of the same. It really could have gone either way. It was almost good focus, being true to their name, having some mistakes in situations where it almost seemed impossible for that to happen, and Glacial taking advantage of those situations. But just right there at the end, pressure, I suppose, kind of got to them, just not getting the turns down cleanly, and yeah, it'll mean them dropping down to the lower bracket. Still will have an opportunity to try and nab a top 8 spot in Division number 1, but the road does get a lot harder due to that.
It was looking good. They had some moments there. They had some life. There was a lot of mistakes, so that kind of just piled on. We really couldn't call it. Unfortunately, it ended the way it did. But yeah, as you said, Boney, there's still plenty of time left in this tournament. It's not over yet. We can see anything happen. We are just watching some more matches here, just coming through on the bracket, just seeing how things are going. But so far, I have been thoroughly impressed with what we've got. I'm just looking at the bracket now. Next, for the upper bracket semis, we're looking at Team Nemesis and Thrive, Pig and Wheelsy, Blah and Damascus. Galactic Baguettes are still waiting on a match between Molotov and La Galette Breton. I am not good at French.
I
No
don't
one
know why
here
you went
is.
for it. You tried.
I did. Shift and Puff Bros, Big Selecta, and 5W, Orcs Numalops, and Eterna, and then Big and Almost Good Focus. So that'll be the sort of the upper bracket semis. Looking at all of these, there's some predictions I can make, but some matches that I think are going to be very, very close.
Definitely. But I think for now, we'll with the final matches resolving, we'll be getting ready for our next set of matches. And I mean, with this already being the start of things, I'm sure what's to come is only going to be even better. So don't go too far away. Don't be fooled by the fake timer. And we will see you guys in just a little bit.
I think I need therapy or just some more whiskey. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. I think I need to confess. Saw you in the red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead.
Well. This is turning out to be quite a bit of fun, and I want to get in on the action. Those matches, especially when they go down to the wire like that, Legion, are hella tense and really fun to watch.
They are. I was on the edge of my seat, especially. I know, obviously, I said I didn't have any biases and I wasn't really going to pick sides, but honestly, during that last match, I was rooting for Glacial. I felt like they really had sort of the fire in their bellies to make that comeback happen, but unfortunately, as we saw, they just couldn't make it stick, and unfortunately had to drop that match, but that's okay, because we got plenty more action coming up right now. Big Selecta and 5W is going to be our matchup of choice here. We are still in warm-up. Let's get some predictions going, Babs. What do you think, and what does chat think?
I see this one is difficult to predict. For the players that we have in this match, it's Letzer and Yami playing against Jan and Marsley. So it's a full German affair. Except Jan, I think he has dual nationality, Dutch and German, but still counts as German. So full German affair. See, in my opinion, the overall better duo is Jan and Marsley. But I've been really impressed by Letzer in recent competitions, so I feel like it's going to be a good match, but I think Jan and Marsley are gonna win it in the end.
I don't know. I feel like possibly that is the case, but I mean, Yami and Letzer could cause a bit of an upset. They're gonna have to work incredibly hard for it, though. That's the thing. But I don't think they'll be unable to do it. It's just going to be something that we'll have to wait and see, and especially with the map pack we're running with. I think there are plenty of opportunities for rounds to go awry, and I think this matchup will be no different. So I'd say no guaranteed win for the 5W lineup, but I'm not saying Big Selecta is going to have the easiest time.
You know, it could be a match where we go all the way again.
True.
It seems to be. It's going to be a trend with you. But we're going to go. We could go to map 3, and it could go all the way. And to be honest, that's one of the best things with this 2v2 format. And I was watching those previous matches with Epos, and he said this is why this format is so good. You get those tactics mid-round where there's a crash, somebody has to push, or maybe needs to safe, and it's really interactive. You know, it feels like a proper face-off between these duos. So that's something that needs to be considered, not just the pace and overall level of these players, but how they can adapt and sort of use those tactics to their advantage, and maybe how they communicate mid-round, and if they're able to sort of react to whatever happens in those rounds. But yeah, definitely going to be an interesting match, and I expect a high level from all 4 of these guys.
Yeah, especially when we look at other competitions. I actually just played in the Shroom Mix series a couple weeks ago, and some maps were 1v1s, and then a 2v2, and then a 3v3, and then the other maps would be 4v4s. So the thing I did like about watching the 2v2, I didn't play those, but watching them, I did see a lot of what you just talked about, sort of those mid-round tactics, and it felt a lot more personal. The thing with the big 4-man lineups is that while, yes, there is a lot more sort of ambiguity on who's going to win the round, it does cause a little bit of confusion for the players. I know me especially. I was a little weirded out. It's like, well, you know, I hear push, and it's like, okay, well, where am I exactly? Because I go full tryhard. You know, I have no HUD, no opponents. I have the DOSHard Plus plugin, so it completely hides the back of my display on the car, because that's just distracting. So yeah, I think the 2v2 does allow itself to be a lot closer and a lot more exciting, especially because you effectively make the calls. But we have gotten the map order sorted out. It's going to be Big's pick on Orbit, then 5W picking Thriller. So Marabello will be our decider match. So we will not be staying here on Thriller and warm-up, but that's okay, because, well, depending on how it goes, we could have a pretty exciting match here.
And yeah, I think I've heard early feedback from the players that they're enjoying sort of the variety that we're seeing across the 3 maps. That it does seem, especially we saw in that last match between Glacial and Almost Good Focus, where depending on the map, it seemed like one of either team had a little bit of an advantage, and it wasn't always the same team. There was always somebody who was a bit more under pressure, had to sort of, you know, bring it back into the realms of possibility of a potential win for them. And it's really good. It makes people work, and you have to work on your feet and react when things happen. And it's going to be interesting to see where each of these maps go. Thriller seems to be that sort of wild card that is a bit more crashy, a little bit more difficult to safe and regu. But if you can do it, it can be a really good sort of ace in your pack. But for the moment, that's going to be our second map. We're going to be heading to Orbit first. So I think let's just get into it.
Echo of the night, we find solace, we find light in the moment cannot. When you hear the music stop, I can see you, I can hear you, and I know that you are strong. You've been dealing with the demons, now you know where you belong. In the echo.
Here we are on Orbit. Round number 1, Jan, we're on board with everybody together at the start as we drop into the dirt. You can see those big players are going to be very easy to spot with that yellow skin, and going to be very difficult to overtake if you are 5W. Everybody off to a strong start for the moment. This is one of those more tech-heavy maps, more traditional comp maps, but still very, very high difficulty. But that pace that all of these players have is going to come into play, and who can have that little bit more in this first round? It's going to be a first clip for Letzer, and that is going to be quite punishing for him. It's up to Yami now to make maybe a bit of a push, maybe to avoid the ace, but Jan is closing in.
Yeah, he's got a little bit more momentum, and it will be Yami just clipping the pillar there, and he's going to be late to the party on grabbing the reactor down, so he'll lose time here into the 360. It is still Marsley in the lead, Jan in second, little slow there. Yami's going to go for a slightly different line, gets the overtake. Oh, I thought it was going to see a hit there. Oh, wait, Jan respawned? Where's Letzer? There's Letzer. Oh, Jan makes it. Letzer makes the risky. Okay, all right, already off to a blisteringly questionable start, but it's a start nonetheless.
Well, that was on for the ace, 4 or 5W, and then Jan seemed to have a bit of an awkward drift at the end, let Yami through, tried to adapt to go for the safe bin, but ended up missing by just the pixel, and then had to respawn. But lucky for him, I think it was Letzer was too far away to make the overtake. So 5W still lead into this second round with the 1 point advantage. And they're going to be looking to extend that. Letzer with a fast start, and actually it's Jan who's trailing just off the back of the pack.
Yeah, but it's still too early in the round to call. These transitions flowing very nicely, and we have seen some mistakes here, but obviously these 4 masters of such conditions, as it is still going to be big inspector or big select, excuse me, who do have sort of the advantage for the points. You can see some slightly different lines. Yami though in prime position for an overtake. He might not have it just yet, as it could be Marsley that does, but into this last drift, going to be a great line for everybody. And what's the gap going to be? 7/100ths of a second, first to second. Jan's going to bring up the rear, so that is a draw. 3-2 in favor of 5W.
A really nice round from those front 3 players. I think 0.7 was the winning time. Marsley got the better end, the drift. Player that's been super impressive in those competitions, those team competitions that you were talking about, playing with 4W, and coming out of the gate really fast for the moment. But I think, as we expected, this is a close match. All 4 players have the ability to be first or be in 4th, so it's going to be about who can perform the best in these rounds, get those points on the board. At the moment, no real gap between the 2 teams. It is 5W who are still leading in terms of points, but in this round at least, they're the ones who are behind, and Jan actually quite far behind, 2 seconds off the pace. Letzer quite far in front, he's on a blistering time, I think, and Yami, his teammate, is fighting with Marsley for that second spot, trying to defend the ace as they go into the bug side. Marsley got better speed in the last round out of it. Will he do so in this round? No, he doesn't. Ooh. Gets a bad gear, but Yami clips actually, and now is relegated to third place. Can he still make the finish? Letzer does. Marsley does. Where's Yami? He does make it, and Jan comes home in fourth, which means we're going to tie up the game at 4-4.
Yeah, that was pretty close right to the end. Just slightly miscalculated lines here, and that's sort of been the story is drivers, not just here, but obviously in the other matches, just not getting it quite right, going for a little bit of a riskier line, trying to get a bit more speed, and it comes back to bite them, or just turning in too early. It seems like very small mistakes, but in the essence of Trackmania, it's going to be a huge mistake, as Letzer, the man who's been running up front pretty much for the whole entirety of the map thus far, has been relegated to now third, as Marsley also has a bit of a slip up, and Jan has overtaken Yami for first, but is he going to be able to hold it? That's going to be the big question.
Seems like it's two separate 1v1s at the moment. Jan seems to be winning the first one. He's going to extend his lead now that Yami is clipped. Not going to lose too much time though, as that was a reactor section. Behind, Marsley has lost more time to Letzer, so we are in the draw formation at the moment. Nobody looking to take the advantage in this round. Jan looks like he's going to come home safely. Nice little 0.7, a nice little confidence boost for him, and everybody behind will follow suit. So we go to 5-5, and again, nothing separates these two teams.
Now, this might be a matchup where we see it going to a map 3. Maybe we see overtime. We haven't seen it yet. We've gotten scores over the 10-point barrier, but that's because of an ace off of a 9-point setup. So we could see it here for the first time on stream. And if we do, does it extend to this map? Is it map 2? Maybe map 3?
And a reminder for everyone that this is still the upper bracket, and whichever 4 teams in the competition win their first 3 matches, they automatically go to Div 1. They don't need to play out the rest of the bracket. They're done for the day, and they can get out of here and start practicing for next week. So these teams trying to keep those hopes alive. At the moment, it's Jan and Marsley who are on a great round. They're together hand in hand ahead of the big selector boys. Yami is making the push for the yellow team, but it seems like he's gone a little bit wide there. He does grab the reactor, and actually it's still quite close. Both teams really close together. Jan gets a wide line on the bug side. Who gets the gear the earliest? It is still the 5W boys, and Letzer and Yami need to get a really good drift to avoid the ace at the end, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Marsley and Jan. Jan goes wide, but he still gets the finish. 0.5, 0.5, 0.6, 0.6. What a round, and that is really unfortunate for the big selector guys.
Jan was so lucky there that he did full crash into the light beam, because if he did, that would have been a tie, and it would have been only a 6-6 line instead of 8-5 for 5W right now on track point. This will be a great one to close it out on before we go into the next match. But if we could keep rounds that close, we could see more action as Yami gets a big little hit there, and that puts him down into 4th position. It's all on Letzer to keep the flame alive. But Marsley getting a huge burst of speed there through the engine off transitional section. But right now that hasn't really grown into anything more.
Yeah, Letzer looking quite comfortable in first position. Marsley, in this position, do you try and hunt them down? Do you content yourself with that second place? We have seen clips happen at the end here, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen to Letzer. He is a very good tech player, gets a really good drift. Marsley might gain a little bit, but it's going to be nowhere near enough. That's a 0.4 flat from Letzer. A really solid time to defend their position in this map, and it's 6-9 in favor of 5W. So now it's ace or bust for big selector.
Yep, that's the added pressure they now have for this first map. You don't want to go down 0-1 in this best of 3. And if you're 5W, yeah, you can just settle for anything as long as you're not 3rd and 4th, and you'll be rewarded with a map win. But just based off of their pace so far, they should be sitting comfortably. And I think we just saw Jan with a rather big mistake So that'll put him down. At the very least, though, this is great news because Marsley is still in first. Oh, but he drops the gear. Letzer's back, though.
That's what I was saying. Letzer's such a good tech player. He's really good in these tech competitions, showing that prowess now. But Marsley seemed like he got a better regrip there. But he is going to be later into the boost, and Letzer's going to have a better line here. Can he get the gear early enough? Yes, he does. Marsley has good speed, but sends it straight into the clip. And this could be the ace for Big Selecta to tie things up and stay in this map, and they will. It's a 0.6 for Letzer, but Yami gets second, and that's all important.
And it's starting to heat up quite a lot. 9-9 here, track point for both teams. If anybody has a teammate in third and they happen to be in first, it'll be over and out here on Orbit for the next map, which will be Thriller. And hopefully it is just that. But start of the round here, still very, very even. I think we may see some pretty risky moves here from all of these guys to try and close this out.
Yeah, we were predicting that this match could go all the way, could go to a map 3. So in an instance like this, where it is 9-9, and you have to try and win the map, this can be ever so important come the end of the match, because if you lose this and then you lose the next map, it is over. Especially if Thriller is not your favorite map. If your opponent is better on it, then it might be theirs. But we have a brilliant round on our hands at the moment. It is Big Selecta who are leading it. Letzer again is in front, and Yami is defending that second spot, but Jan and Marcy are breathing down his neck. Jan in particular goes really inside, but 2 inside, clips on the hole. Marcy is too far behind. He needs to attack to stay in this map, and he does try to, but it's not going to happen. Yami and Letzer processional through the line, and map 1 is going to go their way.
How you want to do it. Get the ace in the last round. It was a really solid effort there from Jan to try and bring it back going into that bug slide section, but unfortunately it didn't happen quite as well as he would have liked, and just nothing left for Marsley to really do. So it will be the first map going over to Big Selecta with that ace here as we head on to Thriller. This is 5W's pick. You think if they had won the first, they'd be a lot more confident, but they have a lot more riding on this map than usual.
Yeah, and look, you said it, Big Selecta, they have their part to play in this match, and to be honest, they surprised me with how well they were playing there. I know they're currently at the big HQ on bootcamp with Massa and Grenadi. Probably at this point, looking at how they've performed so far, hoping to qualify for Division 1. But to do that, they're going to have to get through this match first and through this next map, which is Thriller.
Don't pause, press. Don't pause, press.
We are getting into the first round here on Thriller. Big Selecta leading this overall series 1-0 and have a chance to close it out early here and send 5W into another match with a less than ideal record. But it is a really good start for everybody. It is Yami right now, sort of the odd man out here. About a 10th behind, but that's okay. It's going to be 2 tenths now. But into this Ice 360, everybody gets it well. Jan, what a line there. Just pulls away from the pack. And that leaves Yami to deal with Marsley, who is just being absolutely dogpiled here.
Yeah, absolute send from Jan in that 360. Gets him this lead, puts him in the comfortable position of first. And Jan, if you can get second or third, it will be a points advantage for 5W. But Big Selecta coming into this end, they need to send it. They're currently in third and fourth. Who's going to get the quarter pipe the lowest? Yami does send it, and Letzer gets it well as well. But Yami gets some airtime. Does Letzer get second? Oh,
Barely.
he does, just on the line, just the sub ahead of Marsley. Less than 100th between them, and that decides that round. And make sure that they do not get aced in that one. And that could be really important the later we go into this map. Remember, this is 5W's pick, but currently it is still Big Selecta who have the upper hand in this match.
9 thousandths of a second between the two. That's an incredibly close start to this contest, and well, plenty more action to come here. But 5W leading the way here into the 360. We'll see if we get another big send from Jan. We do not, but him and his teammate get it pretty well. But unfortunately for them, Big Selecta gets it even better. So it's now going to be Jan's turn to fend off two. Whoa, weird line there. Marsley was slowing down, and Letzer a little too hot there as he has to hit the wall. Jan respawning did not get any sort of productive line, so that's going to send him way back. Yami with a touch. That's great for Marsley as he was having a very, very narrow gap right now, but into this quarter pipe, gets it very low. And another low jump onto the platform, takes the leap of faith into the finish. It will be a draw here as Jan limping across the finish line. He's clipping just about everything here. So a slow crawl through the slow-mo, but at the very least, that scoreline stays at a point apiece.
Yeah, that section, that no-break section around that structure really caused some issues from multiple players there. We saw in the seeding, Jan does a really interesting wall hit line where he hits his car on the right side to slow down as quickly as possible so that he can make it around the turn, but it didn't seem to pay off in that round. Maybe it's just a bit riskier, but he still likes to go for it. At least in this round, it's Letzer who's off to the fastest start, and Yami is close behind, but Marsley is on his tail, who is going to send the 360. It's a nice tight line for the Big Selecta guys, but it's a clip for either side. It's Yami on the side of Selecta and Jan for 5W, and I think it might be up to Jan now to try and hunt down whoever he can to get at least points and maybe more out of this round. Letzer, I don't know what he should be really doing in this position. There's another mistake from Yami, which means that now 5W are up into that win formation. Letzer, he's too far from Marsley. He's got to hope for a mistake, but I don't know if it's going to come from the German player. Marsley, he goes low, but he still gets around the end. Letzer does as well. Is there any mistakes from Jan and Yami? I don't think there will be. Jan makes it across the line, and Yami too far behind to do anything at all.
Yeah, it all started at the ice slide. I was watching Jan going through that, and he went, he started spinning, and then he hit the brakes to, get that full 360. The car just did not rotate at all. It just stopped right where it was. It was like he wasn't even putting any inputs through the steering wheel. And then Yami having issues there in the no brake section. He did not have enough speed to actually make that transition to the ramp for the reset. So that's why he was so far back. But 5W is slowly inching their way closer to that 10-point margin. It's just a little too close for comfort, I think, for them.
Yeah, definitely. They want at least a win in this round to get a little bit of a margin, really be in control of this map. And they're in position to do so at the moment. Does the section cause any more issues? You see Jan going for that wall hit, but it seemed to slow him down more than he needed to. He lost time to Yami and to Marsley. Yami is trying to hunt down Marsley. Letzer is trying to hunt down Jan. Oh, that was very close for Marsley to be in a clip. He does get good speed out of this section, and he's been comfortable the past few rounds. Actually, it's Yami who has a clip, and now Jan goes up to the second. Is this going to be the ace for 5W, and potentially? Yes, it will be. And that will put them onto 8-3 in this one, and it's already do or die for Big Selecta.
Absolutely, track point for 5W. As long as they win the round in some capacity, whether it's a 1-3 or a 1-2, we're going to go on to Marabello for the last map here between these two teams. But the start has gone about as what we have seen plenty of rounds before.
A close start to this one, though. Yeah, Big Selecta gonna need, well, at this point, gonna need an ace. Letzer.
Oh, Jan!
It's a clip again from Jan. Really, that section has been causing him some issues. Now we're in a draw formation. Now this would not end the match, but it would put 5W 1 point closer to that 10-point limit. Marsley has seemed to be the strongest on Thriller so far. He has been the one making the least amount of mistakes and getting those first places consistently. Yami, I don't know if he has enough in the tank to try and hunt him down. I think they might have to settle for the draw here and just hope for a mistake from him. But no, Yami just sends it on the quarter pipe. It isn't going to pay off, but it was very, very risky. He is going to make it to the end comfortably. Letzer is going to get third. It is going to be 9-4. And I said it was do or die last round, but now it really is.
Yeah, now it actually is, guys.
It
Very
actually
much
is.
for real, do or die. We were just kidding the last time, but yeah, it's this is such a. Even though the point spread is 5, it's still incredibly close, and you can't really call a round. I mean, you know, Marsley's probably going to be in first, but outside of that, the other 3, it's just sort of a toss up, really, on who's going to finish where. And if Marsley can keep the momentum going, and we get a tie here, or a draw rather, we will at least see the next map is Jan. Oh, big line for Jan, but he's just going to clip. So down the order he goes. Letzer is now having to play catch up with Marsley to try and maybe get an ace here if there's a mistake from his fellow countryman, but that's highly unlikely.
That's a good line from Letzer, but he's going to carry less speed into the wood, which means that ultimately he does clip on the inside. And this could be Marsley closing it out, unless he makes a mistake here. No, he goes nice and safe. He recognizes the position that he is in, goes nice and low there, and is going to come across the line. And you have to say, now that 5W take Thriller, that was off the back of Marsley.
Yes, it was. That was a great bit of carrying performance from Marsley on here on Thriller. This is definitely a map you can tell that he has practiced quite a lot. So we'll see how things go into Marabello for this final matchup between these two. 1-1 is that scoreline. How do you predict this goes? Because I don't know. I want to say 5W, but I don't know if that's a good idea.
Well, I think we predicted already that this might go to a map 3.
Yep.
And so we've aced that prediction. I'm not too sure, to be honest. Each map, it seems like it's really close, but it just depends on the performance of one player. If one player on either duo just sort of shows up and is able to get those first places consistently, like Marsley did on Thriller, at the end, most likely that team is going to come out on top. I think Marabello is similar to Orbit in a sense. It is more of a sort of pacey map, even though it is quite technical. I have a feeling Big Selector are going to be good on this, and I don't know why I'm saying that exactly. I'm not going to give you a solid reasoning, but that is going to be my prediction.
All right, you'll say Big, I'll say 5W. We'll see what everybody else thinks, but the true masters of knowledge, if you will, are on track right now. They are warming up. We are coming to the end of it. Just about 10 seconds to go. So, unfortunately, no video for you guys. You've already seen it a few times, so, you know, just play it in your head. That's what I do when I try to imagine things. But we are getting into this first round here on Marabello. It is 1-1 here between Big Selecta and 5W. Both teams looking to grab that crucial third map.
We go into Marabello, straight into the ice wall. Yami has fallen a little bit behind at the start, but just up until the ice. Letzer, with those brake taps in the reactors, trying to catch up to the two members of 5W. They are holding the lead for the moment.
And
As
a Big
we go into
Selecta.
this, the little wall hook there. A little bit wider for Jan, which means it leaves the door open for Letzer, and Letzer gets a really nice bug slide. A little bit less speed than Marsley, but a better line. Yami still that 0.2 gap behind, hasn't been able to dig into it as we've gone through the round. He might be the important part in this. Can he catch up to anyone, or is he going to leave it up to his teammate to fight it out with the other two members?
You might have to, because about half a second back doesn't really seem like much, but in a competition as close as this, yeah, that's kind of leaving it for your teammate. And that's sort of what's happening right now as we go into the finish. It is going to be a draw for the first round, so Letzer doing the work here and actually getting it in a more advantageous position. So 1-all right now, and I hope we keep it going here. I mean, I want to see 10 rounds of draws, okay?
10 rounds of draws, so then we go into overtime and then just continuous draws from then on. Oh, that was a mistake. A bit of a slide out. No, it's just Marsley going with that wider line. Is able at least to catch up to Letzer. So we do have two 1v1s on our hand at the front. It is Yami and Jan. Behind them, Letzer and Marsley. They are closing the gap though. Does everybody keep the gear? It seems like everybody does. Jan leads us in to the wall hug and has created a bit of a gap, to the rest of the competition. Letzer, again, it's another good bug slide, but Yami does have more speed. Who is going to be able to catch up to Jan, if anybody, and can Marsley recover from that mistake? It doesn't seem like it's going to be either a draw in this round, or Jan makes a mistake and leaves the door open.
Jan's going to have all the pressure on him right now. Both big Selecta players. Just about a quarter second back, but I don't think there's really anything to make of it, though, as Letzer gets the overtake on his teammate. So another draw coming out here. 2-all is the scoreline. Marsley with an early mistake set up the big Selecta team for that 2-3 finish. But into the round number 3, and this is still a dead even contest.
I am a little worried we're going to get 10 draws in a row. I feel like you've cursed us. We said this was going to go all the way, so the script is going to make it go all the way.
Listen, I know the powers I have. Okay, I'm trying to use them for good, and I think I sort of monkey pawed it a little bit.
Yeah. You know, to wield those powers wisely.
Oh, but where's the fun in that, man? I just let the universe decide.
Well, at the moment, it is Marsley who's deciding that he wants to be in first in this round. He is ahead of his teammate Jan. Letzer is left, right, left, and losing a bit of time to the competition. Marsley seemed like he lost the gear, but is going to have a tight line here. Less speed out of that third section. Leaves the door open for Letzer to come through and get into that draw formation. But actually, Marsley has dropped behind Yami as well, so now it is a 2-1 potential for Big Selecta, and actually Yami is breathing down the neck of Jan, goes for a tight drift, but it's not going to pay off. I think we're going to stay as we are. Letzer is going to get a 0.6. That is an incredible time from Letzer. Just to give you a sort of point of comparison, anything sub 108 is a good time. A 0.6 is a crazy time.
Listen, we'll see how close he can actually get to the world record, which is a 107.228 by Epos. But I noticed in that last section, Marsley had a bit of a slowdown, or a no drift rather. So just was in the running for trying to sway points one way or the other, and it just didn't work out. So we have a 4-3 scoreline right now. Big Selecta in the driver's seat, but it seems like everybody's trying to crowd that seat right now. And we do see more of those 2 1v1s starting to play out, but the beauty of it is that while the 2 1v1s are happening, they just unintentionally merge back into that big 2v2. And right now it is Yami and Letzer who have gotten the better of both of those 1v1s. Very tight line there. Letzer, how did he not clip the light pole there? I don't know, but he's going to keep it just about even with his teammate going into the dirt section. And it's Jan on the outside looking in.
Yeah, and he must feel quite helpless at the moment. It's full send or you're going to get aced. Oh, Yami, that's a bit of an awkward line. Has to adjust. Jan is going to come through. Now, can Yami regain that second place? Oh, Jan is going to clip. It is potentially going to be an ace for Big Selecta. And they're going to put themselves in the driving seat to take this match. They're going to go up 7-3. Another ace like that, and this match could be over.
Oh, that was such a tight round right up until the end. So we'll see if Big Selecta can get that final ace to close it out, or if 5W has an answer for that. They're going to need it because they are 4 points behind overall. But then you look at where they need to be for the actual victory, and it's 7 points. So they would need to ace twice to get 6 to at least guarantee an overtime. But we'll see what Big Selecta has to say about that, as Jan got a decent start, but he just kind of dropped it. So that leaves Marsley all by his lonesome to try to at least get the draw. And he's going to clip the wall. Both big selected players are through. Could this be it?
This could be it. Like 2 yellow arrows, they come past Marsley, and he has to look on, but he can still have a part to play in this round if he full sends this fragile section. It looks like Letzer's a bit too tight. Marsley, does he get more speed out of that section? No, he doesn't. He have to full send this last drift, or it's going to be Big Selecta's match to take, and it looks like that's what's going to happen. 10-3 on the final map, a convincing performance. Letzer and Yami take down Marsley and Jan. No, audio is fine. It's just Legion has forgotten to unmute himself.
I muted. I had my mic muted. Be quiet. You guys didn't see anything. Anywho, yeah, great final match. Jesus, I was hoping for more draws. Draw,
Yeah.
and then more draws, and then more draws, and then we're here all day. But no, that was a great final showing. Big Selecta, rocky couple first rounds, but they just immediately found their footing, ran away with it. Nothing 5W could have done.
Yeah, absolutely. A really strong performance. Good resilience from Big Selecta, and to be honest, a great match all around. I think if Jan and Marsley can clean up just a few mistakes, I think on the side of Jan primarily, I think, you know, they could really have a good shot at getting, at least Div 2, but potentially a bit more. And Big Selecta looking quite strong. I think they'll be hoping for a Div 1, and I think they'd be disappointed with anything less. But for the moment, that is going to be our match tied up. We're going to be coming back very soon with some more action, as there are the next round of matches to come. But for the moment, we're going to send it just to a quick break, and we'll be right back.
I think I need therapy or just some more whiskey. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. Saw you in the red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead.
light in the dark, but it's been a while. And just remember, it's the heat from a heart beating next to mine. But I surrender, 'cause everything I touch seems to crumble, and everyone I love leaves me broken down. Everybody runs when they see me now. So I put my hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me.
We're back with the last sort of upper bracket match for the day. It's going to be Blah and Galactic Baguettes. We'll see if we get some out-of-the-world performances from these guys. But, Babs, you have a bit of a list for us from our unfortunately eliminated teams.
Yeah, well, the matches that we're going to be watching are the upper finals, which basically there's 4 matches, and whoever wins those is directly into Div 1. And we're going to be looking at some of the best teams, but I want to list a few teams that are already eliminated. So, E-Line aren't in the competition anymore. That's Super Carloof, Dan Plato. Copro and Limpan are out. Trident and Yavzo are out. Peb and Pash from B2 are out. Naiko and Nico from Observe are out. Rostak and Milmi from Eterna are out. Rioax and Lingo are out as well, and Ven and Stombot, the German duo, are also out. Now that's the caliber of players that are out at this stage of the competition.
Yeah, I mean,
it's difficult.
I know, so you look at it, I mean, Super Carloof has done incredible. People, obviously, Copro and Limpon, I was having fun with them. Unfortunately, yeah, they're out. And then looking at it, I see Riohax and Lingo. I mean, Lingo is one of the best players in North America. Of course, also Canadian, which is weird because the best player in the world is Canadian. So you wonder if there's something in that maple syrup that's making them so good. But seeing some of these big names go out this early is shocking.
Yeah, but it's just a testament to the how stacked this field is. You know, if you're going to get found out if you're just not at the right level to be able to compete. And even though some of these players are recognizable names, really good players in their own right, it goes into how much practice have you put in, how comfortable are you on the maps, and can you perform on the day. And the teams that we have left in the competitions, are those who have been able to do that. Just to let you know about the other matches going on, Team Nemesis, so that's Mime Paco, are facing off against Mudda and Wizzy in the upper finals. We're going to be watching Blah against Galactic Baguette. That's Alcon Josh against Melio and Richie. The third match in this upper finals is Shift against Big Selecta, Loso New Prime against Letzer and Yami, and the final one vying for that final spot in Div 1 is Orcs GP Numawaps against Big. That's going to be a great game. Bozbez and Tween against Grenadi and Massa. Those 8 teams are fighting for those first 4 spots in Div 1, and their day could end here. If they win, that's it. You know, they can have a relax, they can watch the stream, enjoy the final matches, and just get ready for next week. And it's really exciting. We're already going to see our first few teams, you know, populate the Division 1 table, and the rest of our teams down in the lower quarterfinals, while they're still fighting for survival. At this point, those 8 matches that are happening, these are the final elimination matches. So if you lose at this point, you don't qualify for the competition. If you win, you are at least guaranteed Div 2. So in this next round of matches, a lot is on the line, and I have to imagine that the pressure is really high.
Yeah, I can imagine, especially when you look at sort of just how good some of these players are. There's not a lot of room for error. I know, obviously, in sort of the earlier points in this tournament, you have had a bit of breathing room, a little bit of safety net, if you will, to make those mistakes. But yeah, seeing as we're right towards the end, at least, of this part of the competition, mistakes are not really going to be your friend. You're not allowed to do that. So we could be seeing some pretty big upsets and some pretty close rounds here once we get into game server's having a little bit of an issue right now, so we're going to rectify that, or remedy that, excuse me. But yeah, I think looking at least this match between Blah and Galactic Baguettes, I don't really know how to call it. I kind of want to go with Blah. I think that'll be my pick for this. I don't know about you, if you agree or if you disagree.
I think on this occasion, I'm going to have to agree with you. just because looking at the bracket, it seems like Blah have had the tougher 2 matches thus far. They've faced off against Scooby Snacks, which was Ender and Crows, who have since won their following match, and they've also beaten a team that we've seen already, Charles and Exotica from Damascus Gaming, a clean 2-0 for them in that one. Whereas Galactic Baguettes, they faced off against Esport Line and Molotov Gaming, which is Huso and Piranha, and some good duos in their own right, but I don't think up to the same level as the opponents that Blah have faced off against. And if Elcon and Josh are on a good day, not many people can stop them, and it's going to be a challenge for Richie and Melio to do so.
Yeah, they don't make it easy at all. But I think the servers have been fixed, so we should be getting into the pick and ban phase right now for this matchup. Blah has picked Thriller. Baguettes has gone for Marabello, which means Orbit is going to be our decider here at the end of the line for this match. It is going to be quite the nail biter, I think. While yes, we have both said Blah, there is no guarantees, especially not in the Beacon Duo League.
And let's just remind everyone, this is a Div 1 decider match. If you win this, you are in Div 1 for the inaugural Beacon Duo League season. If you don't, you still have to fight it out in the lower bracket against those remaining teams, and they're going to be coming for you. If you don't win this match, you are leaving yourself open to potentially spending the rest of the season in Div 2. And I know all of these teams, they have high ambitions. They want to be in Div 1. They want to compete at those top levels. Well, they have to go through this match to actually make it there. First of all, I mean, we've had some really exciting games so far. We still have a few hours of matches left, so it's going to be really, really interesting. First of all, to see this one, but then how whichever team doesn't win this match, how they're able to recover from then on to actually, go on and beat those lower bracket teams, because it's going to be difficult after a tough loss like this, especially in a match with such high stakes. But, before that, we have to get through this match. So let's get through the first map first of all. It's going to be Thriller.
Don't pause, press play. Don't pause, press play.
Right, folks, we are getting into the first round here between Galactic Baguettes and Blah. This is for a spot in Division number 1, and we'll cut the day early for one of these teams, give them a chance to relax, get a little bit more practice in, or well, maybe have an earlier lunch break. But we'll see how it goes. It is Melio and Richie on the side of Baguettes, and then Josh and Elcon for Blah. And getting into this, we are seeing that first touch from Melio, so he's going to drop into the last position. But Elcon with an overtake on Richie sets up Blah for a potential ace here on the first round.
Yeah, and they have picked this map as the first map. You must think then that it must be a good map for them, especially if they were able to pick from all three, and they decided to take this one. That's a clip from Richie, I think, just before the drop down. So it should be a safe call for Josh and Elcon. They should really just try and bring it home, just as safely as possible, and it should be a 3-0 lead after this first round for them.
Yeah, no, it was that early touch from Melio, and then Richie had absolutely no speed for that drop down onto the ramp after that no break section, so that gave Blah the in to get this first ace here on Thriller. And, well, this is a perfect start for the boys on Blah. Can they keep it rolling, though? That's going to be the real question.
Well, they're going to have to do so going into map number 2. I think this duo is one that I've been really looking forward to seeing, Josh and Elcon. Josh, one of the stars of the BITM region recently, really sort of well, jumped onto the scene last Beacon World League. He was playing in that Division 1, took down some big names along the way as well. Now he's paired up with Elcon, and a similarly young player, but with so much talent, so much raw talent as well. Going to be interesting to see how they fare in this season, because let me remind you, they are guaranteed to be playing in the Dual League. It just depends on whether they be in Div 1 or Div 2. For the moment, they're off to a good start to potentially be in Div 1, but they have to get past Richie if they want to get a win in this round. And the French player is going to clip, which means that it's all on Melio to try and save the day, or it's going to be 2 back-to-back aces to start off Thriller. He does send it on the quarter pipe, but he can only look at the tailgates of Elcon as he crosses the line behind his teammate and secures another +3 for Blah.
This is a great start. Exactly what Blah was hoping for. Get all the points. Don't give your opponent a single bit of anything. Those mistakes coming out, though, from the baguette side of things. The bread's getting a little stale right now, so hopefully they've got something in the oven right now to try and recover this, because Blah is absolutely getting the ST there, blasting the opponents away with that 6-0 start. And we get an early mistake. Josh, we were just talking about that raw talent, and right now he seemed to have done the opposite, but he is right back into the fight. I guess you were right there, Babs.
Yeah, it just seemed like Richie, a combination of Richie making a mistake, Josh getting a good 360, and actually Richie's right back in it now with a good no-break section, and Josh a little bit slower through there, but Elcon seems to be on a really fast time. It's a 1v1 for that third position, and it could decide a lot in this round. Actually, Melio has caught up to Elcon quite a bit. They're going into the final quarter pipe. Elcon with that wide approach, he's going to get more speed through the end here. Can he get the low jump to stay in first place? Of course he does. He's going to maintain that first place. Who gets third? It's actually Josh to guarantee the win for Blah, and they extend their lead 8-1. Wow.
3 rounds, and we're already on track point for Blah. That shows you that
Crazy.
that's crazy. Yeah, insane. I don't, whatever other synonyms you want to use, but that shows that they are so confident in their map pick, and they are willing to throw what I'm gonna say is probably their strong map out there first. Kind of just put all the chips on this map to at least get a good lead going into map number 2. But at the very least, a victory or an ace will close it out. And right now they are setting up perfectly for that ace, as Richie and Melio having errors on the that ice section. And Richie is the only driver really close enough to actually get a move done, as Elcon hits a wall or something there on the drop down and finds himself in 3rd position. But this is still good news, because Melio is about a second and a half back, and he's going to clip. I think this is it. I think this is all over for Blah, unless Richie can get a move. We're going to go into the jump. Who's it going to be? Richie! 300th of a second gets the tie, keeps us going one more round. Josh went to the right there at the end.
It just looked like Josh had a bit of a wonky line, tried to go for the low air time, but maybe just failed it slightly, had to go for the safer right approach into that jump, just left the door open for Richie, and he gets him on the line, keeps his team in this map. But you have to ask yourself, for how long? With a 9-2 score line, it's only 1 point that Blah needs, and it has to be aces from here on out from Galactic Baguette. And it seems like a really tough ask for them at this point. It just doesn't look like they've got it in them. It looks like Josh and Elcon seem too strong on this map. Josh does get a bit of a slowdown, but it seemed like Melio has gotten something worse. I think Melio was even further behind. Yeah, 6-second mistake. Elcon's going to clip, but I don't think it's going to matter. At this point, Elcon and Josh can just save. Melio is 6 seconds behind. This is a full safe angle, and if there's ever a chance to troll, even more so now, if there's ever a chance to troll and to really mess up your round, because this could be another ace for Blah. They can keep it safe. Elcon goes for a big jump. Josh makes it into the end. It's a slow time, but Elcon knows, and that is going to be map 1 in the favor of
Hold
Blah.
on. There we go.
Hey.
What a troll. What a troll. Takes the safe route, double slow-mo gate, and then says, you know what? I'm going to flip the car onto its lid, and I'm going to turtle in backwards. That is how you know you are absolutely fine and you have nothing to worry about in that map. So Blah will take the advantage here going into Marabello. This is the baguette pick. So hopefully they can bring it back. If not, Blah goes into Division 1, no questions asked. But GBG are going to have to find a way to stop the bleeding and get into potentially Division 1 through the lower bracket. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. I'm still very much on Blah's side. So are you. We'll see what everybody else is thinking. But folks, we're going to give you another little bit of intro. This time, it's going to be from Marabello.
Here we are on Marabello, which I found out is a coastal Italian town.
Interesting. You want to go there for vacation?
Yeah, why not?
All right, I'll pick you up.
Nice. Anyway, round number 1, Alcon. A bit of an interesting line, a bit of a wiggle there, and ends up in first position at the start of this round. Fortunately, his teammate is further behind. Richie and Melio, this is their pick, like you said. And after that performance on Thriller, they're going to have to show a different face if they want to play a part in this match, and if they want to get their position in Div 1 for this season.
It's going to have to take 2 maps instead of just 1. Compared to what Blah has to do, they have a bit of an easier time. They can maybe take it a little bit safer here, but knowing Elcon and Josh, there's absolutely no way they're going to let that happen right now. Melio is in first. It is the Blah players in second and third, and then Richie's just a little bit behind here. But Elcon really starting to lay the pressure on Melio into this last drift. He's going to go much shallower, get a lot more speed, lower on the transition, but it's not going to be enough as Melio takes it. But Elcon sets a new PB, 0.1 off of his personal best, and that'll be a 0.668.
So here's an interesting little bit of inside knowledge that Epos was telling me earlier on in the show. That apparently Elcon discovered the maps 2 or 3 days ago.
Seriously? 2 or 3 days, and he's already doing this.
Yeah. I spoke about raw talent, and I mean, I think there's no clearer definition than that. It's crazy what this guy can do. The fact that he's paired up with Josh, they're going to be a very scary duo if they can make it into Div 1. And it looks like they're on their way to do so at the moment. Elcon is in fourth in this round, but his teammate is at the front of the pack. Richie is right behind him though, and Melio is not far behind either. As they go into the third section, Richie loses the gear, has to adjust, is going to drop down into fourth because Elcon will have more speed into the plastic, and now we are in a win formation for Blah. Josh is on a good round. Can he keep it clean? Elcon going really tight to the angles. Richie as well has to adjust one more time. Drops further back, but Elcon is going to clip. It's going to be a draw formation. Does anybody make any more mistakes? It does not look like it. And Elcon with that has just lost a point for his team. And it's a second draw.
Yeah, Josh with the PB, 36 thousandths of a second. So he goes a little bit faster this time. You know, I always wonder when you said, hey, Elcon just discovered these maps, I wonder how much faster he would have been if he had started learning the maps when they dropped. You know, because he's one of those guys, you know, like you said, he'll pick up a map and just start running it. So I wonder what his true potential will look like when we get to the latter stages of this tournament.
That's exactly it. With a competition like this, which runs, well, over the course of a month, excluding when maps were released, you have to pace yourself if you want to perform. You almost want to perform well, obviously, every week, but you want to peak at the end, because at the end is going to be the postseason, either promo relegation or playoffs, and that's when you really want to show your best performances. And Elcon, that just might be what he was thinking about. He might have thought, you know, I have the skill to qualify. I don't need to put too much time in now. I can do that later, maybe in 2-3 weeks time. And that might have been the plan. Or he was just lazy. But at the moment, he's not lazy at all. He's straight through this round in first place, but actually it's Richie with more speed on the line.
Oh my god.
0.665. It's 200ths of a second quicker, and just add another PB to the list that we've had on this map. 4-3 for Galactic Baguette so far.
This world run from Richie right at the end. He's definitely been practicing. So they finally get the lead here in this map. We'll keep it going though. This is shaping up to be a very solid and a very close map, and that's exactly what I was hoping for. As much as I do love the sort of curb stomps, it is nice to take a step back and actually have competition. So that's exactly what we're getting here. I wanted to sort of tack on with Elcon. You look at his competitive history. He has been playing competitive Trackmania for years. He's had plenty of time to figure out exactly how his style of practicing goes. So this might just be standard operating procedure for him.
Yeah.
So yeah, a few days of practice and then really just dial it all in and explode towards the end. So this might just be all on schedule for him. He does get a hit on the wall. He is going to drop back, but could be hoping for something. Richie on the inside of Josh, but it's not going to be enough. Another round victory for the Galactic Baguettes here. 4-6 now is what they lead with.
Anything slower than a 0.6 is not good enough to win the round. We've had 0.6s win every round so far, and that is just really, really good pace from these players, and it's when it matters as well. Galactic Baguettes, it's not as convincing a lead as Blah had on Thriller, but they are looking consistent, they are looking fast, and they are showing up when they need to be. Often in Blah, it's either Elcon or Josh making that early mistake or being just off the pace, and in this round at least it is Josh who's doing so, leading his teammate to fight it out at the front. Melio is leading us into the wall hug. Who gets more speed out of it? It looks like Elcon caught it pretty well, but the bow slide is going to show us what happens next. Josh went for the attack, but I don't think it has paid off. He is still behind, and we are still leading on the side of Galactic Baguette. Richie's going to clip, going to send us into a draw formation. We're heading into the end. Are we going to see any more mistakes, any changes from here on?
I don't know. Elcon tight line, but it's just way too tight. No speed there. So Melio is going to just drive away from this one, barring some sort of mistake, but I highly, highly doubt it. Josh gets the overtake on his teammate. It is going to be a draw. So Melio not making any mistakes here. The Galactic Baguettes on track point. They'll need an ace, though, to close it out. And with how these rounds have been going, I don't know if that's going to happen.
But, you know, it's those aces, they can creep up on you when you least expect it, and they can really turn a match on its head. If Blah were to get an ace here, it would be 8-7 in their favor, and they would be in the driver's seat. So you need to be wary at this point. You only have a 2-point lead ahead of your opponents, and that can shift if, you know, a little lapse in concentration, a little dip in performance, and you flip a wall, and suddenly the match is turned on its head. And at the moment, Josh and Elcon are having a great round. Josh is tied with Melio in that second place. A bit of a slow bug slide, but it looks like Melio and Richie have caught up. Elcon is far out ahead into the dirt. Does everybody get the gear? It looks like Josh actually dropped it. So now we head into a draw formation. It's all on Elcon to not make a mistake. Otherwise, this map could be over.
I know, but you can see Josh, hit there from Richie, so that's one driver dispatched. Melio's ahead of him, left to right, through the chicane, but I don't think it's going to be enough for an overtake. No, but it will be a round win. 2 points getting added to Blah, Baguette's getting 1, but that brings them closer, 7-8. Match point for Blah, track point for Baguette. It could come down to this round. An ace for Blah would secure it. A victory for GBG would secure it for them.
All on the line in this round. Who is going to get the good start? Who's going to make that first mistake? And drop behind the rest of the pack. Elcon has that really interesting line on the ice. He goes tight to get onto the booster earlier, and often actually he ends up in first place here. Blah, just for a little second there, they were in that ace formation, and just for a second, Richie gets a bit of airtime, and that sends him behind the pack. He's got a 0.4, 0.5 gap now to the rest, and it's all important that Melio gets at least first or second.
I know, but one mistake from Melio is all it's going to take for Blah to grab this map, and it's not even their pick, so there is more pressure on Melio. Yes, that gap does climb up about half a tenth here, and Richie is sitting back just hoping his teammate can do everything. Elcon with the attack, though. I don't think it's going to be enough into this last drift. Melio keeps it clean, goes a little wide on the transition for a little bit more safety, and gets another draw. 9-8 is the point spread. If GBG can tie it again, they win, but, well, Block could pull the rug out from under them.
Such an uncomfortable position to be in, as this is for Elcon. He made that early mistake, and now the odds are in favor of GBG. Richie is out in the lead, and Elcon is not going to be able to use that
Melio.
line. Melio made that clip, but it's still okay as long as Richie stays ahead. But now all of the pressure is on him, and all that pressure being applied by Josh, who is pushing the French player from DNF to stay in the lead. He does so for the moment, gets more speed into the wall hug. Can he guarantee this track for his team? Can he guarantee that they stay in this match? All the pressure is on him. Josh now going into the dirt. Can he catch up to the French player? He just catches up to his back wheels for a second. They're going to be equal. Going out of the section now into the plastic. Richie has a better line with more speed. Into the fragile dirt, and up here you want to get as tight a line as possible, get that speed into the drift to follow. Josh doesn't get it as good. He's going to have to send this drift to catch up to Richie. He does.
He's might got have
more
it.
Speed. Richie is close. Who's going to get it on the line?
Oh my God! Are you kidding?
Josh gets it.
Are you kidding?
Of a second on the line to guarantee that Blah
Oh my God!
will stay in this match. 2-1.
Victory.
From my angle, it looked like it was gonna be GVG's map. It was right there, but I guess the gods decided that it was Josh's time. So, ladies and gentlemen, the first broadcasted overtime here for the Beacon Duo League. Blah on match point. GVG looking to go to map 3 to try and secure a Division 1 seeding. But with the might of Elcon and Josh, that's going to be a bit tricky. All it takes is one victory to end this. Whichever team gets a point advantage will secure that. And right now we are lining up, at least momentarily, for a draw. But it has been a beautiful start from everybody. Very close lines, but Elcon in the lead. Josh is fighting with Richie and Melio for second. They can't quite get a grasp on it right now. Elcon knows that any mistake from him could cause the match to be over with. That tight drift section here. It is going to be a slow exit here for Elcon. We have 3 drivers all in first, but into the transition it is going to be Elcon into the jump. We are going to be going for another round. That was so close. Richie could have had it. Melio couldn't have, and Josh was just a little too far back. So let's go for one more, Babs.
The slowest time was a 0.90. Everybody on a sub in that round. When it matters the most, GBG stay alive thanks to that draw, as do Blah. He stays alive in this one, uses that iconic line that he has now to gain that advantage. He's already got a Carolyn on Richie, who's in second, currently in a draw formation, but you know, we've seen mistakes in this second half after this pass sticking up into the wall hug. Everybody needs to keep it clean, get the gears. It looks like Josh is catching up a little bit to his opponent. Elcon is way out ahead. He's got a really comfortable gap, about 0.3 to Richie, and he gets a good bug side as well.
Yep, and that's this is the 1-3 right now for Blah. If they can just hold it here, they'll take map number 2 and of course secure that number 1 spot for Division 1 and cut their day early, which will be a nice nice little bit of reward. Right now, though, Richie trying to find a way up. He's got a bank on Elcon, making a mistake, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen here unless we do see Melio with an overtake on Josh. It's not going to happen. 14 thousandths of a second was all Melio had to overcome, and it just wasn't going to be enough. Blah takes it 2-0 over the Galactic Baguettes. Those guys have been sent to the outer reaches of the Beacon universe. Blah, though, gonna keep it nice and chill here, getting that Division 1 win thriller. I know we already played that map, but my god, was it exactly that.
Man, those final 2 or 3 rounds were incredible. Man, that push from, I think it pushed from Richie to get on the line, that was incredible to stay in the match. It just wasn't enough in the end. That is going to be devastating for Galactic Baguettes, but they need to pick themselves up because they're still in the competition. They can still make Div 1. There are more Division 1 places to be decided in the final decider matches of the day, but for the moment they have to concede to Blah Blah are going to be sending themselves into Division 1. So you will see Elcon and Josh in Division 1 of the Beacon Duo League. I'm just going to check if there's any other upper final matches that have ended.
Yep, yes, they all everything has been a 2-0. Every match has been a 2-0.
We can confirm the 4 teams who have guaranteed their spot in Division 1. Team Nemesis, Paco and Mime. Blah, Elcon and Joss, as we've just seen. Shift beat Big Selecta, so that's Loso and New Prime going into Div 1, and Orcs GP and Umawap. So Boz and Tween took down Big 2-0, and they've secured their spot as well.
That's interesting that both big teams lost their matches 0-2. So looking at the brackets further down, they're actually both in the lower finals. So that's good news for them. They won't be facing each other, but that does also give us the opportunity to potentially have a big Selecta matchup should the gods allow it, which I doubt. But who knows? Things could happen. We'll just have to wait and see. Updates for eliminated teams for anybody interested. Almost good focus. Unfortunately, they did not focus well enough, so they are out. That's Baranja and Beta Toast, and then Pivo of Henkin and Nalix. Ghoulie Focus of Alex and Piopor, they're out as well. Crash Mania has crashed out. Andy Baguette and Cynics, they're gone. And then the brothers of Hill and Bestie, unfortunately, they have to hang up the helmets early. So these, we are starting to whittle the teams down to the best of the best, and we will see exactly how that goes. Babs, so far, just thoughts in general on the whole tournament. Of course, we could talk about every team and who we think is going to win, but realistically, I want to know, what are your thoughts so far on the Duo League, and especially everyone else watching? How are you liking the show?
I'm enjoying it a lot. I'm enjoying watching some 2v2 again. It's really fun to see. You can really get behind these teams, and when they face off against each other, man, it's I mean, as we saw in that last match, incredible to watch, really, when such, experience and skilled players face off against each other. We can get some fireworks, especially on these tracks that really allow for those fireworks to happen. And so far, I think people have come prepared. People want to perform, people want to have a good performance in the Beacon Duo League. Some people want to be Div 1, some people just want to be a part of the competition, and they're giving themselves all the right reasons to do so. We only have 8 teams left to play today, but between those only actually, never mind, we have a few more than 8 teams, but we will only have 16 more teams to qualify their spot into Division 2 or Division 1. Everybody at this point has secured at least Division 2. It's just who can take those final 4 spots in Division 1, but we'll find that out after the break. We do have a few more matches to come today, and we'll take a break before we do, and we'll get straight back into the action just after.
I think I need therapy or just some more whiskey. in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. Saw you in that red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead.
dark, but it's been a while. And just remember, it's the heat from a heart beating next to mine. But I surrender, 'cause everything I touch seems to crumble, and everyone I love leaves me broken down. Everybody runs when they see me now. So I put my hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm death in the land of the living. Still all the energy when we get connected. Your good is done when you have my full attention. I'll take you away into a dark dimension, and you can't get out. I never thought I'd be like this. Further down into the deep abyss I'll go. Stay off my radar 'cause I never miss. Yeah, everybody knows. So I put my hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm dead in the land of the living. So I put my hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize
Well, 2 matches remain. Everybody from this point forward will play in the competition, but will they be in Division 1 or will they be in Division 2? Well, that's what we have to find out. The teams that we are going to watch now are fighting for a chance to be in Division 1. They're not fighting to be in Division 1, they're fighting for their chance to fight for Division 1. And we have got some really good teams on the line, but we've also got somebody new, a new face on the broadcast, known to Beacon, of course, part of the family. Randomize, welcome.
Hello, I'm glad to finally be in the caster booth and not just sitting here running the comp tool.
As enjoyable as that must be, I'm sure you're happy to be behind the microphone. I'm happy to have you alongside me because we've got some really interesting matches. Now, the matches that we have are Liga Lidbruton against Eterna, which are Novian Vortex against Jacka and Megorian. And then we have the match that we're going to be watching, which is 5W against the Puff Bros. That's Jan and Marsley against Pac and Bami. 2 other matches that we have are Molotov Gaming and Damascus Gaming, that you're quite fond of, Randomize. Huso and Frania against Charles and Exotica. And then the final one is Pig versus Thrive and Ozerv, Levon and Neon against Nico and Nico. A reminder that all of these teams will make it into Division 2, but they still have a shot at Division 1. So yeah, they're fighting for their chance. 5W against Puff Bros. We haven't seen Pack and Spam yet. They've been stepping their way through the competition. They are in the lower brackets, so obviously not going to qualify automatically. They have said previously that they wanted to be in Division 2. It's going to be less, well, they said less try hard, less effort, I guess, more fun for them. But they still have a chance at Division 1, and I don't think they're going to go out lightly, especially against Jan and Marsley. I think they have a shot.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I mean, they were doing some training on stream about a day or 2 ago, and they started talking about how they actually, and when I say they, I mean the Puff Bros are looking to actually push for Div 1 now. They said that they have a little bit more ambition. I think there was a lot of talks going on about how some people are like kind of taking this a little bit lighter, some people are taking this harder, and you know, is it fair to those players and blah 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 blah. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if the talk started because of Spammy making Red Bull and not taking it as serious, and now he's here where they're saying, yeah, we'll make Div 2, and then they potentially make Div 1, so it's kind of like, what's going on? But I mean, they do have to take on Jan and Marsley. 5W, they're not a team to like bat an eye at or anything. They're going to be a tough team. Been keeping an eye on them as well. Jan has been looking a little shaky on these maps in practice, but they seem to be doing a lot better now in the bracket. So it's looking good, Babs.
It is looking good, and anybody who has Pac in their team has a good shot at making Division 1, no matter who the teammate is. But they're going to have a chance against Jan and Marsley, against 5W. They're going to be going into this match. It is going to be a competitive one. They're fighting for the chance to play against Mudda and Wizzy in that Div 1 decider match. Who is going to make it? Well, that's what we're going to find out. We are going to head into the server to see how everything is going to unfold. Get into that round 1 and see what our first map is as well.
I'm looking forward to it, as we are going to be starting this race up. And 5W will be in the blue, and Puff Boys will be in the red as we get this match started on Thriller, picked by 5W.
That is an interesting one. I've seen, you mentioned some of Jan's struggles previously, and I've seen him struggle specifically on this map. I wonder if maybe during that short break, had a little bit of practice, maybe practice some of those part maps, so maybe feeling a bit more confident. Well, Pac will not be confident with that 360. It sent him to the back of the pack, where he will be joining Spammy, and already Marsley and Jan are in an ace formation.
Yeah, it's a really good start for 5W. I mean, it's one of those things that maybe they weren't feeling confident about it earlier, and now they're starting to feel better now. Or you can go with the mindset of, let's just get this map out of the way now and go play on our, on the back heel. So we'll have to see how these two will be able to handle their map pick. So currently, right now, holding hands on their way to the finish line. A little bit of a scary finish line, but both Jan and Marsley are able to walk that one in. Pac unfortunately falling way out of there, and Spammy has to go into the safe finish. So that's going to be an ace starting off a 5W on their map pick, and I think it's a pretty good start.
It's the best you can do. It's a very good start.
All right.
For
It really comes down to how
5W.
they're going to bounce back, in my opinion. But yeah, no, it's a good start.
It's a good start to the start. Now, if they would to get a win or an ace here, it would be a good start. I think for them. But I questioned Jan's performance on Thriller. I questioned 5W whether they were going to be able to perform in this. Well, the first round definitely suggests so. Marsley is in 4th position. Spam, early mistake there on that section. He is going to have to take the safe route to stay in the round. And Pack is probably going to have to push its damage limitation already.
Yeah, Spammy making a mistake in the same spot as he did last round. But Pack able to hold himself during the 360 and now in front of the Pack. Excuse me, 0.4 ahead. And just looking to try to push away. I mean, it's one of those things where when you know your teammate makes a mistake, you're going to want to try to go for the draw. Lessen the blow moving forward, especially because 5W getting the ace in the first round is going to make things a lot tougher for Puff, because it's going to require both of them to play at their peak at this point right now. But it's looking like we get a draw, as Spammy was about 5-6 seconds behind. And good round still for 5W, still being able to stay side by side, but it's a little scary to see that they were side by side with Pack with such a lead.
Yeah, and from what I've heard of the competition so far, Pack has been in that position quite a few times already. Oh, that's 2 early mistakes from both Pack and Spam. There's a mistake from Jan, a little clip. He's able to save it, and actually Pack comes flying back through, uses that reactor to its full potential and gets up to the lead alongside Marsley. It's 2 separate 1v1s essentially. Pack is fighting with Marsley at the front, but that's not a great 360, and Marsley got it very, very well. So now it is a win position for 5W. Pack is kind of in no man's land, and Spam is well behind, 2 seconds off the pace.
Yeah, at this point, it's really not going to matter what Pack does in these rounds. Spammy will have to try to reset. I know this was one of their worst maps during practice, so maybe they'll be able to bounce this one back. But unless unless Spam can have at least 1 clean round, it's not going to be looking too good. Spam, no, had to take the safe finish. Had the opportunity as Jan made a mistake. That could have been a draw for them, but that's going to give a victory to 5W, and that's going to be a 6-2 lead. Potentially 2 rounds could end this match.
Yeah, and we're only 3 rounds in. It's a 4-point advantage. That's, I think, the same mistake from Pack again. 2 rounds in a row. I wonder if Carl has just made a joke in VC and he's lost his concentration a little bit, because it's uncharacteristic of the British player, usually so reliable in these situations. But Spam, for once, he's up in that leading Pack. He is fighting with Jan and Marsley. Is he going to get a good 360? He does send it relatively safe, so he's not going to gain anything to the members of 5W. They are relatively sort of holding hands in this first position. That's a tight line for Spam. He's going to lose even more time there. Pack is close behind, but really at this point, they're going to have to hope for a mistake.
Oh, and as you said that, in the back line, Pack unfortunately was bouncing around, could not get over the ramp, and ends up making even a bigger mistake. So yeah, no, it's looking like this is Jan Marsley match unless anything can happen. This is one of the hardest endings, I have to say, in all of the Beacon maps that are currently out. But 5W, they make it look easy, and it's an easy 5.2 out of Jan. First of all, didn't even need to push that hard, but okay, man, like, good time.
Just flexing at this point when you've got a 9-2 lead and you're just feeling yourself. Yeah, you know, I'm beating Pack and Spam, no worries. I'll just pull out a 0.2 when I don't need to. But this could be the final round on Thriller if 5W get at least a point out of it. It's aces needed for the Puff Bros. Spam, that's not a great start. He goes wide on that sand section, and he is gonna have to claw his way back into this round if he wants to stay alive on this track with Pac. At the moment, it's still comfortable for 5W. Jan has looked really good, I have to say, on this map, and that's a really good bug slide. Sorry, 360 to confirm just that. Slight clip from Pac and Spam, and they're going to be behind 5W. It looks like they're staring down the barrel of being 0-1.
Yeah, it's going to be looking like that. And I'm glad to see how Jan was able to kind of recover, as like I said, during practices. He didn't look as clean, but I mean, Jan is looking like the Jan I know now. Jan and Marsley up in front over a second. They could safe, even though these maps are extremely hard to safe, let alone push. There's no middle ground on this one. It's either you go full... Oh, I thought they tied. It took a second for the leaderboard to load that one in, but yeah, a 0.5, still nothing to scoff at, as Marsley and Jan show them this is our map and you're not taking it. So good for them, as 5W is going to be the first one on the board. And now we're going to be switching over to Puff Bro's pick, and that's going to be the moment that we're going to really see who has the momentum. Does 5W have momentum because of how dominant that match or that map was, especially against big names like Pac and Spam? You know, sometimes you can kind of crumble under pressure. Sometimes you see a big name and you're going, oh man, I'm going to lose. But they looked like they were just playing your typical cup of the day, you know, accidentally fell down into like Div 2, Div 3 cup of the day. No big deal. Like, we'll walk this one in, but it works out for them.
Yeah, it did work out for them. But now we're heading on to our next map. And these ones, you know, Thriller's a bit of a wild card. These next ones, a bit more pacey. I wonder if Pac is going to have more of a part to play in this one and maybe a bit more difficult to break down. But we are going to be heading over to Orbit.
We find light in the moment cannot. When you hear the music stop, I can see you, I can hear you, and I know that you are strong. You've been dealing with the demons, now you know where you belong. In the echo.
All right, now rebuttal for Puff Boys as we are on their pick going in to Orbit, as you saw in that awesome map preview. So we'll see if Puff Boys are going to be able to bounce this one back, or will 5W extend their chance to getting into Div 1. Again, as a reminder for anyone tuning in, we are settled in Div 2 at this point. Anyone in this match are guaranteed at least Div 2. We see a mistake early there. So that's going to be at least a little bit more promising for the players. They don't have to be panicking too much. But if they want to make it into the big league, make it for the big money, they are going to need to push for Div 1. And Pac is the first one to make a mistake. You mentioned it before we even went into the match, Babs, that Pac will be more the pacey player out of the two of them. Yeah, he might be pasty too. You're right. But yeah, Pac making the first mistake, not really characteristic of him, and Spammy also making a mistake. Maybe, like I said, momentum is in the favor of 5W.
Yeah, they're starting this map like they started the last, with an ace. And now, back up against the wall, what can Puff Bros do? Can they fight back? Can they stop this charge that 5W are on? I have my doubts, but I would love to be proven wrong. Marsley and Jan have looked stellar in this match so far. A few hurdles that they've overcome previously, but it looks like they're a duo who want to fight for Division 1. They want to be in those top 8 teams. And while they're well on their way to staying in the competition and being in it with a chance to do so, Pac does not make an early mistake in this round, so he is in the fight. Marsley is leading us though. Pac and Spam just behind. Pac gets a great drift, carrying a lot of speed into the uphill, and actually is going to take over the lead off this round, but it's still neck and neck between the rest of the 3 players. Jan is in second. Spam has a part to play in this one, a bit of a slower drift. Can he get a good transition? Marsley was wonky, but he stays alive Pack is still leading us through. Who is going to get that second spot? It's Jan who clips and falls behind the Pack. Pack and Spam are through the bug slide. Jan is back into this one. Pack is clipped now. It's Spam who's leading the race, and he clips as well. Then he falls off the map. Jan is ahead. Can Pack get a good drift to close it out and get ahead of Jan? No, he's not going to. It's going to be a win for 5W. That was all over the place, Randomize.
Oh my god, it was looking so good for Puff Boys until the end there. We saw both 5W players making a small mistake but recovered so fast, whereas Puff Boys, their mistakes were more brutal, and unfortunately that just put them in a really awkward spot. Honestly, the fact that Pac made the mistake and was still able to bounce back and then and close it out with, if I remember correctly, it was either 200th or 500th of a second, but like, to make a mistake and then to almost bounce back is insane. Yeah. But unfortunately, the scoreboard doesn't care. It is currently 5-1 for Puff Boys are following behind. They're down by 4. Even an ace is not going to get a tie here just yet. But Pac up in front, up against Jan. Spammy, unfortunately, a little bit too behind, especially if everyone can drive at their pace. Jan goes wide, still making it work out. Both 5W players sitting side by side. Pac, again, first one to go into the orbit bug slide, and it looks like it works out, but Jan actually gets a better exit. Pac, a little bit tighter lines. It's going to be a close call here. Ooh, Jan is going to fall behind. Marsley started to pick up some speed, and Spam was even able to get in front of Jan and give them the victory. 6-3 now. Puff Boys starting to show some life.
And they need to. This is the time where they need to start getting points. That hectic round that we had 2 rounds ago, it felt like those are the opportunities that Puff Bros need to capitalize on. They need to be getting aces, be getting at least wins. They want to catch up to 5W. Those early aces really proving dividends. That was 2 early mistakes from Jan and Pac. They're sent to the back of the peloton. Jan is a little bit further behind, about 0.8, and he has some ground to make up to Pac, who is already catching our front leaders. Spam, here, he needs to maybe try and put the pressure on Marsley, try and overtake. That is a good transition, but Marsley has a little bit more speed going into the drift. Can Spam get a good drift? Yes, he does. He has the same speed as Marsley. This transition is going to be ever so important, but Marsley does seem to get it just a little bit better. He might extend his lead now after the reactor section, and he does. Does the bug slide have anything to differentiate these two? Oh, it looks like Spam got it quite well, but he's going to have less speed than Marsley. Can Marsley get better drift? No, Spam has it, and Spam is going to win the round as long as he makes the finish. And really important last drift from Spam to keep his team in this one, to gain a point back on 5W.
Yeah, now 5W, though, is in match point. This could be it. If they get an ace, they will force Puff Boys to play in Div 2 and extend their chances to go for Div 1. But Puff Boys are now finally in an ace reach to 5W, 7-5 currently. And it's one of those things where we really want to see Puff Boys both pull out what they can do. Unfortunately for Jan, sliding out on the plastic part, banging into the pole and flying out of there. So he's going to be pretty much out of this race unless any major mistake happens. Spam and Pac will be able to push up into front, as Marsley is now going to struggle a little bit. This is one of those moments I was talking about where sometimes the name can kind of mess with you. The whole time Marsley and Jan were side by side, they probably felt a lot more comfortable. But now Marsley knows it's only up to him to slow down the Puff Boys, but because especially now, because if they ace this one, they're going to jump up ahead of them 7-8, and Jan just getting into the orbit. So now Pac and Spam, they're definitely making that call. They know they have about 0.2 lead, and Marsley unfortunately makes a huge mistake at the end. So no matter what, it's going to be Puff Boys who are going to take the lead.
Well, that was unexpected after the start of the match that we just saw. Jan and Marsley crumbling a little bit in that round. The early mistake from Jan was super costly, and Marsley not able to save anything from it. Pac and Spam staying together. Really good round for them. Really important round if they want to stay in this match. It's still match point for 5W, but it is also track point for the Puff Bros.
Yeah, no, we are sitting in a position where pretty much anything... This could be the last round, right? But 5W need to get an ace to close this one out. Puff Boys just need to get a victory with one of their guys up in first. to be able to close this one out. So if 5W gets a victory, we'll be all tied up. And if we get a draw, Puff will pretty much be in a much more comfortable position going into the next round. So final round, penultimate rounds, we don't know yet, but Spam and Pack are both up in front. Marsley starting to fall a little bit behind, but Jan says, hold up, hold my beer, I'm pushing up forward. And we now have a neck-and-neck battle. We know this orbit part has been giving so many problems to players. Let's see if anyone can be able to make a really good push out of it. Can we get a clean push out of it? Yes, it's going to be Jan who's going to be up in front. Pack is just following it behind, but tech abuse maybe. Marsley could look to get the ace. No, he can't get in there. Oh my goodness, what a round. Marsley tried to find any way to get as much speed, and now it's going to be 9-9. Anything but a draw will give this map to a Team 5W. Looking to try to close this one out now, not have to put more pressure on themselves going into a map 3. But we know Pack and Spam have been in the situation of very, very tight competitions. They know how to lock it in, unless Spam, never mind, Spam doesn't know how to lock it in. So now it's down to Pack. He has to get first place to force an overtime.
That was a risky line from Pack. Gets the speed slide out of the plastic and gets such a good drift. Look, he's extending his lead, but Marsley is determined to catch up, and Jan. He respawns. Jan has to respawn, and he's sent to the back. Bam is now in third place, and this could be a win for the Puff Bros. Because of that respawn from Jan, Pack needs to keep it clean, needs to stay ahead of Marsley, and Marsley, it's push or die. You have to catch up to Pack. Pack is in your way from winning this match. That's a really good bug slide, a good gear up from both of them. Who's going to get the better drift at the end? Is it going to be Pack? He does get a good drift, but he's a little bit wide. Does he have to release? No, it's perfect. Perfect from Pack, and he stays alive. Now Spam just needs to come across the line.
And he does.
He does. Lovely, well done. And that's Puff Bros win. And we go to map 3.
Oh man, between last round with the overtimes, this round almost getting an overtime, and now we go into the third map. I mean, this is, folks, just remember, we only get to play 3 maps right now. There are still 2 more maps coming out, and the players are going to have what, a week to learn those 2 maps, if I remember correctly, for the first match for league play. So it's you know, hands are in the air right now. But if this is the kind of competition we have right now for just these 3 maps, I am so excited for next week. Like, I don't want this to end, because I love the anticipation of which division people are going to play in, but I'm also really excited to look to see what these guys, everyone is going to be pulling off next week, no matter what division they're in, because these matches are getting tighter and tighter every time we get closer to someone getting a point in the series.
Yeah, and look, you know, people have just been thrown together in the bracket. It's ended up that we've got this match between 5W and the Puff Bros, and they didn't have to prepare for each other, they just have to perform in the match. And like you said, it's only these 3 maps, and we're still getting such an exciting match. So can you imagine next week when people have time to prepare and they know their opponents and they know what tactics they might employ, what maps they might pick? It's going to be hella exciting to watch all season long. But first of all, we need to decide who the main characters are in our story. And vying for that main role, these 2 teams, nothing to separate them at the moment. It's going to have to be our 3rd map. I mean, Thriller was convincingly in the way of 5W. Orbit was really tight. Where are we going with Marabello?
Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know what to think. I mean, every map has their twists and turns in here, and it's, you know, now we're coming down to what could, in my opinion, is one of the scariest starts. You're flying around in water, then you got this crazy ice turn. You want to get out of it as quickly as possible, but not too fast that you get no speed. As Marsley, unfortunately, looks like he failed that booster part. So now it's just up to Yan to kind of set the scene, set the mood for our main character story. Never mind. It's going to look like potentially an ace to start things out for Puff Boys.
So you remember the previous 2 tracks where 5W started with an ace?
Yes.
Well, what happens when you reverse the roles? Spam and Pack. The call has come in from Coach Carl. Full safe, boys. Get it to the line. You have a 5.5 second gap to Yan. No need to risk. I mean, I don't think Pac knows how to safe. He's just driving as he knows how to do. Spam is definitely safing, and that's the wisest approach. A nice little drift. I wonder what the time is going to be from Pac. Is it going to be anything extraordinary? It's just a 0.9. It's comfortable for him. Comfortable time, and Spam comes in second. 3-0 up for the Puff Bros on this final track.
Just a 0.9.
It's comfortable for Pac.
For Pac, yeah, that is pretty comfortable. But an ace to start it off for Puff Boys. And just to give a quick little update, I'm not going to say that French name. LGB wins 2-0 versus Eterna. And Damascus Gaming wins 2-0 against Molotov Gaming. So Pig and ThriveX Observe are the two we're waiting for, as well as over here on our match. Again, Puff Boys up 3-0 to start off the match, but it wasn't really so much Puff Boys just outpacing 5W. It was both players on 5W made pretty major mistakes. So I'm very curious now that we kind of have our two little 1v1s going with Pac and Marsley up in front, Jan getting away from Spammy, what it will look like when everyone crosses that finish line, and Pac is actually falling behind Marsley. He's now taking the lead. Babs, I don't know. Now that we're starting to see 5W, it looks like they could actually put up a good fight.
It definitely looks that way. It looks like Jan is comfortable ahead of Spam. Marsley is fighting against Pac, gets a worse exit from the dirt. Can he catch up in the drift? That's a tall order against somebody like Pac. He does have more speed on the line! Oh my god. That looked so unlikely, but Marsley just sent it to the near side of the finish. 3,000s on the line separate him from that round win.
Goodness, the end of that track is so deceiving because you always think like, all right, like this person has it ahead, but there's always that tiny little bit of turn at the end that you can just, you can like tech abuse against someone. And I always forget about that. So just to see the 4,000ths of a second difference is quite insane. But now we're getting to almost 4/10ths of a difference as Spammy is in the back right now into this round. Puff Boys still up by 3, but an ace reach away. Spammy just barely surviving. So was Jan did survive, but had a little bit of a mistake coming out of that bug slide, so that's going to put him back into P4 area as Spammy's going to start pushing up. He knows his teammate is pushing. Hawk is trying everything in his pulling everything out of his arsenal to get Marsley away from him, because we saw that last round what Marsley can do. But unfortunately, as I say that, Marsley's going to tag the wall. It's Jan now. He's not far enough to be able to deny an ace, or excuse me, to deny the Pac getting first place, but still being able to force Spammy down into third place is pretty good. 4-point difference, not a lot, but we are starting to close things out very soon.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 4-point difference. If this was track 1, you'd be like, okay, just reset, let's go. This is track number 3, and man, this is to decide whether you're in Div 2 or if you have a chance at Div 1. And for Jan and Marsley, they want that Div 1, so the pressure is on. Their back is up against the wall after such a convincing track number 1. It's Pac who's going to make the early mistake. Can Spam fight back against the 2 Germans ahead of him? I'm not sure he can. They've looked fast all track long. They just haven't gotten the points to reflect it.
Yeah, I almost want to say that Spammy doesn't have the best back end of the map, but right about here is where we start to see Spam push up against, especially Jan, where he was always been in the back against Spammy most of the time. Marsley and Pac have been fighting in the front. So there's still a chance that Spammy will be able to push in to deny the ace, which will be very important for them, because if this ace does happen, it will close the gap 5-3. So Spammy is going to really need to get out of this one as much as he can. Tries to do a little bit of tech difference, goes closer on the inside, but Marsley and Jan had a better exit speed out of that left turn. And that's going hand-to-hand, too, walking that one in. And that's, Marsley goes, all right, Pac, you're comfortable time, 0.9. I could do the same thing. So now they're aced and 1 point off from Puff Boys. Puff Boys still looking to try to at least set up match point.
Really well negotiated round, it seemed, from 5W. The danger was coming from Spam, but they managed it pretty well. Actually, it's Spam who slides out just at the end of that ice, loses quite a bit of time to the rest of the field, and Pack is, well, now they've reversed roles. He's going to be fighting against 5W to get anything from this round. Another ace for 5W would be terrible at this point for Puff Bros, because that would send 5W onto track point and well ahead of them. And at this point, Marsley and Jan, that's a really good pub slide from both of them. They joined together going into the dirt with a 0.1, 0.15 gap ahead of Pack. It seems like Marsley got a bad gear there, so he lost a little bit of time, but still maintains that second position.
And it's still looking good as Pack is going to try to find the opening right here. Again, Spammy. Oh, Pack makes the mistake, so now it's going to come down to Spammy. Really try to push this one, but no, he looked like a little bit on the safer lines. And with that, 5W are now acing up to 8 points. They've set themselves up pretty nicely here to advance forward. They just need a victory, and the way things have been looking, Marsley just needs to outpace Pack, and Jan just needs to outpace Spammy. Like, they both have their 1v1s they need to handle, and if they could both do it, they win this, and they extend their chances again, as I said, to go to Div 1. They will have one more person they will have to take on next match, which is going to be a scary one. That is Wheelsies with Mutta and Wizzy. So that's going to be a very tough match for them. But they still have to take on two other pros right now, which is Pack and Spammy. And Pack is up in front, leading the pack. And Jan and Marsley both trying to find any open window, but it's not looking too hot for them at the moment. Marsley trying to see if he can catch up any so slightly, really pushing these corners, but Pack's doing a good job staying in the front. Jan falling a little bit farther behind, allowing Marsley to catch up, and the two of them work together to try to take out Pack, but Pack, all he has to do is keep these two turns tight. He does. Marsley and Jan try to go a little bit higher to get more exit speed out of it. Doesn't even work, and Jan even clips the wall, and because of that, that gives the victory to Puff, and now it's 9-8. Puff, you know, they still need to, they can't allow a victory, they can't allow a tie. They have to go for the ace. 5W just needs someone in second place. Oh, wait, no, that we can still get a draw. I can math.
Well, if we get a draw, it would be 5W who would win it out, as you were saying. They need a draw
overtime.
or better. Man, that end of the track, Jan needs to reset as quickly as possible. It doesn't look like he's been able to do so because he's lost quite a bit of time at the start of this round. It's between Marsley and Pack at the front. If Pack were to win this and Spam get third, then we do go to overtime. At the moment, that is the case, except that Spam has fallen down into fourth position, and 5W have joined forces in that second, third slot, right behind Pack. It looked like Pack lost the gear there. He is going to get a tighter line though out of dirt, which means that he has more speed, and Marsley is trying to hunt him down. It's all processional as we go in to the fragile dirt. Pack leads us through. Jan and Marsley, can they get some good speed on the exit? It looks like Jan had a bit of a difficult section, and he's going to clip, and Spam's going to get third place. Pack, Marsley, does anybody clip at the end? No, nobody does, and we're going to overtime on map 3.
Oh man, overtime to decide whether or not you get a chance to move on. Again, not the biggest deal. If you lose here, you are still guaranteed Div 2. But as you said before, 5W really want that Div 1. And Puff Boys are 100% capable of Div 1. So it's very, as a caster looking, top down kind of a way, it's one of those, it doesn't matter who goes through. I think they'll both be great for Div 1. But at the same time, I know these guys have been working so hard for it. Marsley unfortunately makes a mistake, clips his wheel. It's down to Jan. And Jan, this has not been his best map. He's been kind of doing well. Ooh, Spammy makes a mistake, and that's going to allow Pack to be up in front with Jan following him. Marsley unfortunately makes a big mistake. He's out of this one. It's all down to Jan. Jan needs to push at this point or pray that Pack makes a mistake. 0.3 though behind at this point. It is very comfortable. We've made the joke earlier that Pack really doesn't know how to safe, and it may potentially cause problems. Jan ends up, I think he touched the pole ever so slightly. Spammy even knows he has plenty of time. Just let Pack do the job. He does
Wow.
just like that. Puff Boys is going to be moving on to taking on Wheelsy to fight for Div 1. And unfortunately, at 5W, you do not move on, but at least you are guaranteed Div 2.
At least you are guaranteed, and I think it's going to be a bittersweet feeling for 5W. They have to be a little bit disappointed with that. They definitely had it. They had it within their grasp. They had a brilliant map 1. Map 2 was close, and map 3 couldn't have been any closer. Fortunately, they do fall to Pack and Spam, who are going to move on, and they are going to fight for a place in Division 1, and they're going to fight against Mudda and Wizzy, so definitely not easy opponents to go up against. Those are going to be our final matches, but can we run through the results that have come through for the moment? It looks like Les Galettes Bretonnes have won 2-0, 2-1, 2-0 against Eterna. So as we just saw, Puff Bros beat 5W 2-1. Damascus Gaming move on to face Big in that decider match after beating Molotov Gaming 2-0. And Thrive and Ozerv, which is Nico and Nico, face off against equally young opposition in Letzer and Yami. France versus Germany in that one. And well, that's going to be our final round of matches to come up very soon. But before we go there, we are going to take a very short break, and we'll see you back for the final matches.
I think I need therapy or just some more whiskey. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. Saw you in that red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead.
dark, but it's been a while. And just remember, it's the heat from a heart beating next to mine. But I surrender, 'cause everything I touch seems to crumble, and everyone I love leaves me broken down. Everybody runs when they see me now. So I put my hands up in the sky, reveling the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm death in the land of the living. Still all the energy when we get connected. Your good is done when you have my full attention. I'll take you away into a dark dimension, and you can't get out. I never thought I'd be like this. Further down into the deep abyss I'll go. Stay off my radar 'cause I never miss. Yeah, everybody knows. So I put my hands up in the sky, reveling the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm dead in the land of the living. So I put my hands up in the sky, reveling the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm dead in the land of the living. Hands up in the sky, reveling the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm death in the land of the living. You tell me you love me, you care, saying you heard me, have some fun. I give you a smile, hang around for a while, getting it on. And I don't really show it, but you're the only one that breaks my walls. Now baby, I'm all for it. And every time that I pick up the phone, I love it when you say my name.
Well, folks, welcome back to the Beacon Duel League qualifiers. We are officially in our final match of the day. It has been a long day for everyone. I know, Babs, you've been here the entire time. You've been a trooper and you're on a marathon. But now it is coming down to the final round. We will find out who will be our last 4 teams joining the Div 1, or I should say Division 1 teams. But again, reminder that whoever loses these matches will be automatically in Division 2. So it's not like anyone's out of the league at all, but it's really coming down to who is going to make that final push.
These are the matches I was the most excited for when we came up with this format. It's end of the day. Look, it's been a long day. Everybody knows that the players have played a lot of matches. They've played a lot of Trackmania. It's been exciting, but it has been tiring. And at this point, when Div 1 is the end goal, Div 1 is the prize, who can pick themselves up, remotivate, regroup, go again for one last match, and, you know, get that spot in Division 1? Because this is defining the rest of your season. You know, if you get to Division 1, you can play for that money, you can play for the prize pool. If you don't, you have to contend yourself, you know, with just potentially getting into promo relegation, and a lot of people would be disappointed with that, even though it would be super competitive.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, it's like Div 2 is nice, but it's one of those things where you're gonna have to play an entire season just to prepare yourself to try to qualify for Div 1 next season. And that's of course if there is a season next season. I totally didn't spoil anything, but anyway, but you know, again, you know, with all hopes that everything goes right and we do get a second season. Yeah, no, that's going to be the hardest part about Div 2. I mean, we saw players like, for example, Charles in the solo league last season. He was in Div 2, dominated the season, and then promoted up to Div 1. So it's one of those things where we're going to have to, you know, you have to play that patient game if you fall down. And I know a lot of these players don't. They want the big dub. They want to be able to push up there. So it's going to be, it's really going to come down to essentially who can play the maps the cleanest. It seems to be that kind of matches right now. So hopefully, no matter who we're going to be on stream, we'll see people being able to handle any match, or excuse me, any map against anyone.
Well, speaking about who we're going to have on stream, out of the 4 matches, the one that we've picked to watch today is going to be Big Clan, Massa and Grenadi against Damascus Gaming, Charles and Nixotica. A really interesting matchup. You know, two professional players. This is their day-to-day. This is what they always do. Against Damascus Gaming, 2 up-and-coming players from the NCSA region and up-and-coming region. It's going to be super exciting because I've seen levels to both teams, and I've seen ups and I've seen downs, and it's going to come down to the performance in this match and on our first map, which is going to be Orbit.
Echo of the night, we find solace, we find light in the moment cannot. When you hear the music stop, I can see you, I can hear you, and I know that you are strong. You've been dealing with the demons, now you know where you belong. In the echo,
Folks, here we go. The last match of the day. Who will be in Division 1 and who will have to settle for Division 2? It's all about to be settled right now. Big in the blue, Damascus Gaming in the red. First pick is Orbit by Big, and this is going to be very interesting to see what's going to happen because I have been able to have the honor to watch these players scrim against each other once in a while in better matchmaking. So I have some insight of how they played, and this was all just yesterday. So I don't know what happened off stream after hours, if everyone was able to clean up their act or whatever. So we're gonna have to find out right here, right now. Massa up in front. Charles end up falling a little bit behind the Grenadi. Charles just trying to find any inside line he can. Massa with a good exit, so does Grenadi. Grenadi ends up getting a little bit more speed. It's going to come down to a bit of a tech diff, and Charles unfortunately will clip his wheel, so we were going to start off with an ace for Big.
Starting off hot on the German side, a 0.5 from Max is a very good time, and followed up by his teammate with a 0.7 is going to be difficult to beat for Charles and Nixotica. So not the most encouraging first round. But you know, they're strong-minded, they're good players, and there's a clip from one of the big players, and this is an opportunity for DG to get some points on the board. It's Massa after that good first round who straight out of the gate has slowed down, slow drift there from Charles, not the best speed into the plastic, and it's Nixotica who's nipping at the heels of a Grenadi, but Grenadi is trying to get away. It looks like he's got a better setup for this drift, maybe a bit more speed. Does go nice and tight, but Charles, the speed from him through that drift and catches right up to the German player, and it is a bit of a 1v1 as Nixotica drifts just a little bit further away.
And Charles still doing a good job up in front. Massa practically out of this match unless Nixotica makes a big mistake and allow Massa to kind of get back into the battle. Charles looking to try to set up DG with a victory and a good exit speed out of that one. It's going to come down to this last drift. Charles made a mistake last round, but he's able to make it work out this round and get into first place, putting a victory in the hands of DG. It's going to be 4-2 now.
Wow, was a nice little battle from Charles and Grenady, and a nice little confidence booster for the Colombian player to get the upper hand on Grenady there. A really nice ending with the book side. Got good speed out of that and managed to clinch it at the end. Exotica also kept it clean to get the win. They reduced the deficit to only 2 points. It's 4-2 now in the favor of Big. And actually, there's another mistake from Massa. A little clip. He's able to save this one slightly, so he is still in contention. But he is still in contention, about half a second, 0.6 behind. And once again, it's up to Grenady to keep it clean up front.
Yeah, we saw exactly what Charles and Exotica can do last round, especially Charles, where this was the moment he built so much speed, and then he did it again, building so much speed and catching up. And Exotica is actually up in front this one as well. Masa not too far behind, though. He is really starting to push. He's getting back into the pack. Exotica still holding the lead, but barely, as Grenady is going to go more inside on this turn. Charles will be joining him there, and big exit speed for Masa, actually, who's right behind all the players, but it still works out really well. Charles is going for it. He's going to be looking for the punch. He gets it. He ends up slamming into the neon light, but thankfully a little bit of the finish line sticks out into the green neon light. Works out in Charles' favor. 34 thousandths of a second will give DG another victory, and they are still just trailing by 1 point now.
Man, Massa must have had an electrifying second half of the map to recover from that early mistake. Is that another mistake from Massa? Yeah, he did. I think he lost the gear on the dirt bump, just not navigating it as he would have liked. He does get good speed though into the plastic, so his deficit is only going to be about 0.25 to the two DG players, who once again are trailing Grenady, who seems to get a really good start. Again, Charles, as you said in that last round, gets really good speed out of the drift. Grenady does not clip on the turnaround this time, and his lead is about 0.2 to the Colombian player on this nice little flowy transition on the sausage. Everybody gets it cleanly, but there is still a gap between everybody. It's processional at the moment. Grenady gets the reactor early, but goes out a little bit wide. Charles not able to capitalize for the moment. Does he get a good bug slide? It seems like he does, but Grenady gets one just a bit better, and he is preserving his first place spot. The fight is happening just behind them with Massa.
Oh my God!
Exotica, and he does on the line by 4 thousandths of a second, and the win goes to Big Clan.
What a victory out of Big Clan there. Masa was just trailing ever so slightly behind Exotica that entire time. And up to the very last moment, Masa was able to make the strike and set up Big for... Okay, well, all right. Well, you know, Masa, you know, I'm hyping you up, man, and you can't be doing that, and yeah, whatever. So Masa had a good round, and unfortunately makes a mistake now. So now Damascus Gaming in a draw position right now, as Grenady is the one blocking Charles from first place. But again, here, this is where Charles and Exotica tend to really show off where they know the map's the best. Ooh, Charles ends up hooking the pole. Works out for him, thankfully, as you still have that reactor, so he was able to use that to build the speed going downhill. But both Nyx and Charles are going to be up in first place, as Grenady just forgot where the track was and got sent off to the left side. It's Masa now who's going to be falling behind. He's over a second behind. So as long as either Charles and Exotica is able to make the call saying that they have a lot of time, they should be able to just walk this one in, get an ace, and actually take the lead now, 7-8.
This could be huge for DG. They have a shot, they have a chance in this match, and honestly, the points that they've gotten has been capitalizing on the mistakes from Massa. I think that's the 4th round in a row. And look, he may have had good recoveries from those mistakes, but without them, I think we'd already be on map 2. So he's going to have to clean up his act if he wants Big to win this match. DG are one round win away, from taking track number 1. But at the same time, Big are just an ace away, and we know how quickly they can come.
Yeah, this isn't the last round, although it may be looking like it, thanks to Charles unfortunately making a mistake there. But even a victory will not be enough for Big. They will tie up 9-9. So it's going to come down to Masa taking on Exotica. Exotica is just falling a little bit behind Masa now, and every time we see Masa and Exotica go to head-to-head, it tends to lean in Masa's favor. So unfortunately, it's going to be a lot of pressure on the DG player, as Masa is still, again, being able to defend. Grenady with a great lead right now. Doesn't really need to do any sort of big pushing it. But Masa, speaking of pushing, is going to be pushing away from Exotica, and it's looking pretty dang good for the big players, and that's going to be it. Big Clan will win their map 10-8, but a close match with DG not too far away, and we're going to be moving on to their map pick next.
Man, that feels like an opportunity missed for DG. Unfortunately, I don't know how many of those they're gonna get in this match. And it was that. It was just Massa cleaned up his act in that last round, and Big were able to get the ace and just close out track number 1. And they are gonna go up 1-0. So the challenge now for DG is to get 2 map wins against Grenadier and Massa. It's a tall task.
Yeah, no, I agree. And it looks like, okay, I'm just sorry, doing admin work at the same time and just making sure that everything is loading correctly. Just you know, poor Assay in the background with me just pulling his hair out and everything. But speaking of pulling hair out, I definitely feel like that was a round that DG, just as you said, like they had, there was a glimpse of light for them to be able to try and actually take that first map and set yourself up in a better position. But now DG playing on the back heel against Big. It's a big name. It's going to be difficult. So that we're going to see if DG's pick is going to do it for them. Let's check out Marabello.
Marabello is map number 2 off this Div 1 decider match between DG and Big Clan. Who is going to take this map? Well, DG will hope it's going to be them because they have to. Otherwise, they will be in Division 2, and well, Charles won't even be on the track if he continues that way. He does have to respawn, leaves it all up to Nixotica, but there is a slight clip from Master, a slight slowdown, puts himself down into 3rd, but he is absolutely safe from any comeback from Charles as long as he has no big mistake. Nixotica fighting with Grenadi. Ideally, he wants a first place here. He wants a draw so he can keep things even and just move on to the next round for Charles. He does have a good line into the dirt, but Grenadi attacks a little bit more. Nixotica is going to have more speed on the exit, entering to the plastic, and it's really between these 2 players at the moment, depending on how this round goes.
Yeah, honestly, I gotta say, I'm generally surprised Damascus Gaming did pick this map as their second map, just because of the fact that they were looking really good against Big in the yesterday in the scrims. They were able to take Big on Thriller. So to see them actually decide to pick Marabello is a bit of a surprise for me, and it's a rough start for sure, as Big was able to start this off with a victory due to Charles making an early mistake. Masa as well did make a mistake, but Masa was able to recover nicely last round. So now let's see if Charles is going to be able to recover from his mistake last time, and it does look like he's able to do it. But Exotica is the one that's going to be behind the pack going into the second round.
Yeah, Charles gets a fast start and nice little ice slide into the booster, but it is really close between all 4 players. Grenadi a little bit slow out of the plastic, allows Nixotica back into the race. In the meantime, Charles has extended his lead, gets a good bug slide, more speed, Grenadi clips, and he's going to fall behind. It's up to Massa to try and save the day for Big in this round. It's a good position for DG if they want to try and tie things up. Nixotica has good speed into the plastic, will likely catch up to Massa. Yes, he does, going into the fragile sand section. Charles is still keeping it clean. He seems to be on a great time, and Exotica is actually able to pass Massa. Is Massa going to get a better drift? Yes, he does, and he's going to be able to take that second spot, and he just saves the ace from the clutches of DG, which means that we tie things up at 3-3.
Yeah, and that last turn, you know, it's tech diff. Masa
It is.
being a great tech player, so it's not a surprise at all. You know, so it sucks for DG, especially in Exotica, where the last turn is a tech turn, just because of the fact that Exotica himself, he's like more of a dirt player. So if the last turn was a dirt, maybe he would have been able to run away with it. But because it was a tech diff, it allowed Masa to get up in front. But as we move on to the third round, Charles now is way up in front and looking pretty dang good.
Pretty dang good is a good way to explain it. Charles has been looking pretty dang good all map long, but Grenady, brilliant boat slide there, is actually able to take on first place, does not lose the gear. I think Charles might have, and he's going to fall behind the big player, and he's going to fall behind the second big player as well after a clip on his back wheel through that transition. Exotica, can he save anything from this round for DG? That's a wide approach, going for a lot of speed on the exit, which he's gonna get, but is it enough to catch up to Grenady? I'm not so sure on that drift. He didn't have a great last round. He has good speed now, but it's too much to ask from him this time around. Charles is gonna bonk, but it's not gonna make a difference. This time it's gonna go Big's way. They're gonna regain that 1-point lead.
Yeah, we're kind of switching back. Okay, Charles. He does that every time. I don't know why. He likes to hook his wheels at the end there, but we're kind of going back and forth right now between the players just passing victories. Or, you know, is this a trend that we're going to be looking at? Will DG be the next ones to get a victory? If that's the case, it's not good for DG because that means Big will be able to finish this one up. But a pretty slow start for both Damascus gamers as they are falling a little bit behind 0.3, the farthest back, but Charles is starting to make the push. Masa with a great lead. We have seen Masa make a few mistakes on this map. Same thing for Charles. Charles and Exotica are tied up now, and Exotica and Charles will be swapping places. Masa still holding that first place with Grenady playing on the defense. Really just trying to make sure no one gets in there. And Exotica had a better dirt line, and Grenady ends up making a big mistake in the dirt, loses his gear, bounces around, and have a terrible line to try to make an exit. So he's going to be very slow, but Charles ends up making a mistake in the back. You're not going to be able to see him, but he is wiggling and wobbling. He ends up hitting the front of his car, and that's just going to be down to Exotica if he can make the final push. But no, again, it's Masa in front. It just seems to be the thing, Babs, when Exotica takes on Masa, it's just an automatic Masa win. It's kind of a game of rock, paper, scissors at this point.
It's the unfortunate matchup it seems so far in this match. If it was Grenady, maybe it's a different story, but for the moment, Masa has the upper hand on Exotica, and Big have the upper hand with a 2-point lead on DG. They can look to close out this match right now. They can guarantee their spot in Div 1 with an ace in this round. And while DG, they need at least the win or at least the draw to stay alive. Charles actually gets a good transition this time on the ice, a lot better than the last round. Exotica does as well, and it seems like it's Grenady who had it the worst of all four players. He's going to drop to 0.2 behind, but of course still in with a shout. Still a lot of track left to go. Masa takes custody of that first position with Charles right behind, and Exotica in third position. If they push, you know, they could maybe get an ace after this. Oh, but looking at that bug slide from Masa, it's going to be quite difficult. Exotica even being caught up to by Grenady, it's anybody's game at this moment.
Yeah, excuse me. It's but we do have a different combination. It is Masa versus Charles. I did mention Nick's against Charles. Excuse me, Masa has been a little bit rough, but as you can see now, it's starting to change up a little bit. Masa is the one that fell behind as Charles. He's making a massive push, getting far away and able to get in there. Again, we're passing back and forth the victories a little bit, but Big in a much more comfortable position than DG. DG can afford to have at least one draw this round, but if they really want to close this one out, they're going to need that ace.
And this is against Masa and Grenady. It's a real valiant effort from Charles and Exotica, and you would hope that they can keep it going. What a start from the DG players. Under the pressure, they bring out the big guns and get a nice advantage to start off this round. They need at least a draw. A win would be brilliant. An ace would be fantastic. For the moment, they're in ace formation. Grenady's going to have a little bit more speed than Exotica to catch up to him after that wall hug, and he's going to look and set his sights on Charles if he can. He does exactly that as the Exotica just drops back a little bit, and it's that unfortunate pairing again. Who in front between Charles and Gennady is going to be able to take it?
It's a big question for sure, but even Massa, who had a earlier, I don't know, fallback somehow, just caught up right up against Exotica. Charles is now up against Grenady, and it's a close match. Charles, unfortunately, clipping. Not only just clipping, but then Massa makes a huge push, and that's going to be it. Big will officially be one of the four teams jumping up into Division 1. Damascus Gaming will be playing in Division 2.
Wow, it seemed like DG had the momentum there in the second half of that track. It seemed like they were going to make it happen. Charles was on for the win in that one, but just the tiniest clip at the end cost them, and well, they're going to have to be satisfied with Division 2 for this season. The big clan guys are going to jump up into Division 1, and well, they're going to have their hands full because the teams up there are stacked. They are going to have to, well, put in the effort to try and get anything out of there. And well, they might even see the DG boys back in the promo relegation at the end of the season. Who knows? There's still a lot to be said, a lot of games to play. But for today, that was the last one. And well, Big Clan came out on top.
Yeah, no, congratulations to Big Clan. I mean, it's Big Clan. It's one of the pro duos that we all know and love. We've been watching them for quite some time, since World Tour 2023, when they were able to team up back then, and now they're able to team up again here in Beacon Duo League. It's no surprise to see them in Division 1. If anything, the biggest surprise was just seeing them down in the lower bracket getting into Division 1. But they made it work. And, you know, congratulations to Big Clan. Good luck in the season. You're going to be going up against some heavy titans. And, you know, there were 4 other teams that qualified before you. So it's really going to be how they're going to bounce back from not the most perfect, I would say, not the most perfect, like, qualifiers or something like that.
Yeah.
You know, it's just qualifiers. They got another week to train those 3 maps and to polish them up.
Well, there are still 2 more matches that are currently ongoing, but we can confirm a few other duos who have made it into Division 1. So joining Nemesis, Blah, Shift, and Orcs GP Numowaps will be Galactic Baguette, which was Richie and Melio, Wheel Z, which is Mudda and Wizzy, who 2-0'd Spam and Pack. Of course, Big Clan that we just saw 2-0ing DG. And currently ongoing is still Big Selecta and Thrive and Ozerv, who are on map 3, 1 map each. I think that last map is Marabello as well. So just looking to close that one out to decide who the final team in Division 1 will be. Will it be Big Selecta with Yami and Letzer, or will it be Nico and Nico of Thrive and Ozerv? What a day! What a day of matches! So many incredible matches, just back to back, and incredible to see. If you want to check out the results for yourself, go over to eCircuit Mania. The link is in the chat to have a look at all of the results and check out who's made it into Division 1, who's made it into Division 2, and what matches we're going to see for the season to come.
No, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, especially with Big Selecta, it would be so cool to see both big teams in Div 1, especially because Big Selecta is the academy team. So if they make it, that just shows you that Big Clan, the organization, is doing something right, where they can find the next best players, train them up, and then, you know, essentially be able to go head to head against their own main team. That's pretty cool. But we'll have to find out momentarily. Yeah, as you said, their match is still going on, I believe. Yes, it is. It is currently going on. They are in the last map. It is 1-1 in the score. They literally just started the first round with a draw. So we'll have to wait and see.
We'll have to wait and see, but on our side, we have a little bit of a surprise. Of course, the end of qualifying means the start of the league phase, and whilst we're just waiting on that last result, we're almost there. So we can give you a little bit of a preemptive view of what's to come, because we do have our following 2 maps to reveal. This is map 4 and 5 of the Beacon Duo League.
redefined. Hearts always bruising. So what are we proving? So what are we proving?
I think I need therapy or just some more whiskey. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead.